Book 1, Chapter 5, Section 4 of the New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Critical Preparations. Chapter 5, Space-Time and Deity. Section 4, Consciousness. Professor Alexander finds the clue to the perplexing problem of quality in mind. Not in the sense that mind is in any way the creator of quality, that it brings quality into the outside world. In fact, it is not easy to see on Professor Alexander's view of the relation of mind to its object how, beyond the quality of not being an object, there can be any distinctive quality in mind. For the relation of mind to its object is one of pure compresence. It is together with its object as two finites in space-time. Its consciousness of its object Professor Alexander calls contemplation. Its consciousness of itself he calls enjoyment. Mind does not contemplate itself, it cannot be an object to itself, and it is a little difficult to understand precisely what mental act or state Professor Alexander means by enjoyment. It is evidently some state of awareness. Perhaps realization comes nearest to it. We can say that the mind realizes itself and its togetherness with its object. Enjoyment is its realization of its compresence. It would seem to be a unique relation. But compresence, we are to understand, is not a unique relation. Any two finites connected together in space-time are said to be compresent with one another. Quote, "Let A be a mind and B another finite distinct from that mind and of a lower order. Then A's compresence with B means that A is conscious of B. Cognition, then, instead of being a unique relation, is nothing but an instance of the simplest and most universal of all relations. Now such a relation as exists in sensing a sensum is strictly comparable with the relation of two compresent physical finites, like the floor and the table, which are in causal relation. Thus the relation of the mind to its object B, the table, is precisely of the same order as that between the floor and the table. Only, Professor Alexander adds naively, the floor is not conscious." End quote. To be sure, he gives a sort of awareness to the floor. Quote, "The material floor is assured of the materiality of the table." End quote. But if we were to take this view of consciousness seriously, the mind would have no more consciousness than the floor. And Professor Alexander tells us that to a higher order of intelligence, as might be an angel or an infinite God, quote, "there would be no doubt that the relation of mind to its object is only an example of the relation of any other finite to a second finite." End quote. Only as Professor Alexander himself is not an angel nor an infinite God, but only perhaps the first of living philosophers, you can but wonder how he knows it. Self-consistency cannot be expected of such a theory. Mind is said to be a new thing that emerges when conditions are favourable. But to call the relation of consciousness to its object compresence is to take from mind all its newness, and from consciousness all that distinguishes it from non-consciousness. There is no difference at this rate between a mind and a table or a chair. You would have thought that consciousness was what made the difference, and that the difference could not be defined as mere compresence. Perhaps it cannot be defined at all. If this is so, why not say plainly that it is a unique and indefinable relation? But Professor Alexander will not have it so, and we are very far from discovering the distinctive quality of mind. Yet when he is faced with Mr. E. B. Holt's concept of consciousness, that beautifully innocent and simple concept of neural responses which are not acts of consciousness, a concept which turns consciousness itself out of doors among its objects, he finds something lacking in it, and no wonder. Quote, "The doctrine fails to account for a vital feature in the cognitive situation, as we experience it, namely that in being aware of the fire is before me, or it is I who see it, or it is in a sense my fire." End quote. Professor Alexander points out that on Mr. Holt's theory consciousness then becomes the name of any field of objects to which anything whatever corresponds specifically. It becomes a mere name for compresence." End quote. Which is what Professor Alexander said it was. If we are to introduce self-consciousness into the situation, we shall be nearer the truth of it. But we can no longer say that consciousness is not a unique relation. But I am anticipating. Professor Alexander sets out by identifying mind with its neural basis. Quote, "That which as experienced from the inside or enjoyed is a conscious process, is as experienced from the outside or contemplated a neural one. A neural process of a certain level of development possesses the quality of consciousness and is thereby a mental process, and alternately a mental process is also a vital one of a certain order. But while mental process is also neural, it is not merely neural, and therefore also not merely vital. What determines the difference of the psychical from the merely physiological process is its locality in the nervous system. We may safely regard locality of the mental process as what chiefly makes it mental, as distinct from merely neural, or what distinguishes the different mental processes from one another. There is not or not necessarily to each neurosis a corresponding psychosis. The equivalent proposition is that while all psychoses are neuroses, the psychoses imply the emergence of a new feature, that of mind. It would follow that mental process may be expressible completely in physiological terms, but is not merely physiological, but also mental." End quote. And yet, quote, "there are not two processes, one neural, the other mental, but one." End quote. Again, quote, "Once we recognize that mental processes have no character, beyond the quality of being mental, other than such as all processes present, intensity or locality or velocity or the like, that is to say, empirical forms of categorial character, all reason is removed for supposing the mental process to be a different existent from the neural one." End quote. And yet, quote, "mental process is therefore something new, a fresh creation." End quote. We may ask how and if mental process is completely expressible in physiological terms. It is not merely physiological but also mental, and how mind, if it is identical with neural process, can be a new creation. Professor Alexander seems to be wobbling here between his enforced acknowledgement that mind is something new, something more than, that is to say, something different from neural process, and his desire to identify it with neural process in order that he may localize it and thus bring it under space-time. If he fails to do this, it is all up with his theory of space-time as the matrix and the stuff of all existence. We may ask, for example, whether meaning is completely expressible in physiological terms. Professor Alexander has described meaning as the whole complex that a thing stands for, which takes it out of the region of mind. He then raises the question of its mental status. Quote, "Now what is there in meaning as described which prevents us from believing that the conscious meaning corresponds to, is, as I should say, identical with a certain neural process?" End quote. He finds this identity in patterns which the neural processes trace. He may be using identity in some special sense which is not apparent. It is at any rate impossible with the utmost good will to see how there can be identity of quality between conscious meaning and any neural pattern. The neural patterns may and probably do stand for conscious meanings, much as the type patterns on this page stand for words which stand for conscious meanings, with this difference that the print patterns can be read and the neural patterns cannot. The words mediate between the print patterns and the conscious meaning, but there are no mediators between it and the neural patterns. It seems to me that Professor Alexander ignores this question of quality. He says, quote, "The mental processes are identical with their equivalent neural processes and are those processes as enjoyed." End quote. Now you never do enjoy nor contemplate your neural processes. The neural processes are not in consciousness at all. They are completely hidden from it. What is in consciousness is what the idealist calls its content and the realist calls its object. And according to Professor Alexander, this is contemplated and not enjoyed. He has used the word enjoyment expressly to show that the neural process is not contemplated. But if it is enjoyed, it must be an element of self-consciousness, of the awareness of the awareness. But can we say that it is that either? At one point of his enquiry, Professor Alexander raises the hopes of idealism high. He says, quote, "Time is the mind of space, and space the body of time. Even on the lowest level of existence, any motion has its soul, which is time." End quote. In the order of processes, the next higher process is always the mind or soul of the next lower. Let L be a certain level. Then, quote, "A complex of processes on a level L with a distinctive property l becomes endowed within the whole L thing or body, with a quality l', and the whole thing characterized by this quality rises to the level L'. The processes with the emergent quality l' constitute the soul or mind of a thing or body which is on the level L. Thus the soul of each level is the soul of a body which is the stuff of which it may be called the form. So that the course of time issues in the growth of ever new types of soul, and in this way all nature is linked in a chain of affinity, and there is nothing which does not in virtue of its constitution respond to ourselves, so that there is nothing dead or senseless in the universe, space-time being itself animated. Bare time is the soul of its space and performs towards it the office of soul to its equivalent body or brain." End quote. Each phrase bursts like a flashlight over the darkness of space-time, and we think that we have come to the very heart of the matter. We think, here at last is something to clothe the pure nakedness of space-time. If soul or mind is already in space-time, we are absolved from the impossible problem of getting out of it what was never there. But as this stupendous meaning strikes him, Professor Alexander is visibly perturbed by his own statement and takes it all back. He didn't really mean it. All he meant was that time performs on space an operation something like the transactions of mind with body. These, he assures us over and over again, are purely spatio-temporal. My mind, he says, is also a living material, spatio-temporal thing. Why, rather than that we should believe anything so monstrous of his pure space-time, he would put it that so far from time being the mind of anything, the mind itself is nothing but time. Quote, "Rather than hold that time is a form of mind, we must say that mind is a form of time." End quote. Again, quote, "Time is an element in the stuff of which the universe and all its parts is made, and has no special relation to mind, which is but the last complexity of time, which is known to us in finite existence." End quote. And in this vehement repudiation the realist betrays his awareness of mind as the disturber of his intellectual peace. Mind is the crux of space-time realism. It is the recalcitrant element which will not fit in with the theory. Somehow or other it must be made to fit. So Professor Alexander docks it of every character which is extra-spatial and extra-temporal and identifies it with neural process. Quote, "Each new type of existence when it emerges is expressible completely or without residue in terms of the lower stage, and therefore indirectly in terms of all lower stages. Mind in terms of living process." End quote. And Professor Alexander's theory of space-time compels him not only to regard mind as extended in its neural basis, but to bestow consciousness on neural tracts as spatial. Quote, "In an extended sense of awareness, each point, to confine ourselves to space, might be said to be aware of every other in the way in which minds are aware of one another." End quote. Thus, quote, "For clearness' sake let us take a particular case and suppose a line of colour AB which we see. It excites through our eyes a certain spatial tract in the visual region, and that neural excitement of the centres is the consciousness of colour. Call the neural tract AB. The points or other points of it are, as merely spatial, aware of AB. Moreover, they are aware in the same extended sense of awareness of the points in AB as being the origin of the whole transaction of light movements which connect those points with the corresponding neural centers." End quote. All this is exceedingly difficult to follow. We have to account for the mind's consciousness of the place in space of AB. It is not an easy thing to account for on any theory. But even if we granted that the points of the neural tract AB can be aware, in Professor Alexander's extended sense of awareness, which seems to be pretty extensive, of the points of AB, it is crediting the neural tract with supernatural intelligence to suppose that it refers the local excitement of its points to the transaction of light movements along a line of colour which is outside it and far away. Whatever else it may be, the neural tract is not the place of the object, or the observer of the place of the object. Professor Alexander says, quote, "Now, if there were no consciousness belonging to the excitement of AB, our minds would know nothing of the places of AB." End quote. I cannot see how AB's excitement and consciousness of its excitement, if it were conscious, could help the mind which is not conscious of AB's excitement and consciousness, or of the existence of AB at all, especially as there is no sense in which AB can be conscious of AB as an object. Supposing that the special nature of AB's excitement, the pattern of the neural tract, corresponds with the qualities and the place and distance of objects, and causes the mind to be appropriately conscious, it can only do this by, as it were, giving the mind a jog in the right direction. But since this neural jog is a material jog and not a mental jog, and a jog of which the mind remains totally unaware, it is not easy to see how mind responds to it, especially if consciousness is nothing but compresence. The neural jog cannot be said to make consciousness more compresent than it was before. This is, of course, the reason why Professor Alexander bestows awareness, in the extended sense, on the neural tract, and this is equivalent to an admission by which idealism profits that if you don't put it in, you will certainly never get it out. But on the theory, whatever the neural processes in the sense organ have to do with consciousness, they have no conscious business with the object. In this connection, it should be noted that Professor Alexander rejects the theory of psychophysical parallelism on excellent grounds. Quote, "The reason for it disappears so soon as it is recognized that what corresponds to the mental is not merely physiological but the bearer of a new quality." End quote. And yet it is this new quality that he reduces without residue to neural process. And on page 14 of volume 2 he talks about substantive processes of mind like perceptions or images, corresponding to things in the object world. If this is to be taken seriously, it implies a substantive content of mind such as he repudiated on page 11. He further denies that sensory qualities depend on sense organs, but his objections to physiological subjectivity apply with equal force to space-time realism. The fundamental difficulty of relativity to a sense organ lies in supposing that, quote, "out of physical chemical substances, the external thing and the bodily organ, life can create a new quality of colour which is not itself physico-chemical." End quote. How, then, are we to suppose that out of spatio-temporal elements, pure point instants, or out of motions, space-time can create a new quality of colour which as such is not spatio-temporal? This brings us to the consideration of appearances. It is admitted that in certain cases objects can be affected by the intrusion of mind. This sets up illusory appearances or illusions. For example, colours seen by contrast, or the plain picture of a box seen solid. Professor Alexander distinguishes further between real appearances of the thing, which belong to it though they may vary relatively to the distance and position of the perceiver, and mere appearances, which do not belong to the thing, but arise from its connection with other things. These are all non-mental. You might say that if anything was mental, it was illusory appearances which are introduced by the mind. But on Professor Alexander's theory, illusory appearances are non-mental too. Quote, "For they are prima facie on the same level as other physical appearances. An illusory appearance is illusory only insofar as it is supposed to belong to the real thing of which it seems to be the appearance. Insofar as it is illusory, it is not a revelation of that thing but of something else. The illusion consists in the erroneous reference of it to where it does not in fact belong." End quote. I do not think there is anything in this statement to hit idealism hard. To begin with, the idealist will agree with the realist that the illusion, the mental error, lies in the judgment, the false attribution of the appearance to another reality not its own. But it is mental exactly insofar as it is not in the object and is created or introduced by the mind. That prima facie illusions are on the same level as other physical appearances only shows that physical appearances can be mental. Professor Alexander admits that illusions are mental when he says that it is the mind itself which produces the distortion. On a strictly realist view, above all in Professor Alexander's own view of cognition as mere compresence, the mind ought not to be able to do anything of the sort. It should have no grip whatever on the object. Illusions admitted to be mental are the thin end of the idealist's chisel, more fragile, if you like, than the assumption that secondary qualities, ideas or memory images are mental, but still strong enough to prise open the realist's cosmos and let mind in. Professor Alexander says that what the mind does is not to create illusory appearances, but to choose them from the world of reality. Quote, "The illusory object is as much non-mental as the real appearances. The grey paper is seen green by contrast on the red ground. The paper itself is not green, but there is green in the world. My mental act brings me face to face with the green in the world." End quote. Now green may be in the world, but it is not in my bit of the world at my instant. No explanation will alter the fact that the green I see on the grey paper is not there. Professor Alexander says, quote, "We combine elements not really combined, but both the elements and their form of combination are features of the real world when that world is taken large enough." End quote. But those features are in another space-time, another context, not in the space-time of the real grey. We are not at the moment taking that larger world at all. What happens in illusion, Professor Alexander says, is that, quote, "the mind squints at things and one thing is seen with the characters of something else." End quote. But again, there was no green within my range of vision to squint at. In the case of real appearance, Professor Alexander admits, from a realist the statement amounts to an admission, that the mind selects special appearances relative to distance and position from among the real qualities of the thing. Take the hotness of the fire, which diminishes or increases as we recede from or approach it. The hotness of the fire, Professor Alexander says, is in the fire itself. I gather that he ascribes to the fire a certain real standard hotness, dependent on the real motion of the fiery matter, hotness which can be calculated by means of instruments of measurement which are relatively independent of our senses and certainly independent of our sensations of heat. Our sensations of heat, then, are what vary with our distance, and Professor Alexander accounts for these differences by the selection of the mind. Selection is a rather ambiguous term in this context, but I think we must understand by it that the mind, disregarding all other degrees of heat contained in the standard hotness, pays attention only to the exact degrees appropriate to its distance and position with regard to the fire. This, I take it, because on the theory, the empirical quality of hotness must be identified with the categorial spatiotemporal motions of the fire itself, which do not vary with the distance and position of the perceiver, and because the realist will not admit that the secondary quality of hotness can be mental. The action of the mind, discerned as somehow responsible for the variation, is camouflaged as selection. But let alone that a mind which selects, and selects in such a fashion as to affect the appearances of objects, is something more than merely come present with its object. Mere selection by the mind will not account for the thoroughgoing relativity of the appearances to the mind's distance and position. The mind's distance and position, observe, since Professor Alexander regards the mind as extended where its body is in space-time. At first it would appear that in giving this extension to mind he was making the world safe for new realism. But when he comes to deal with appearances, sudden and horrible danger arises from this introduction of mind into space-time. Things in space-time can now become relative to mind. They can, contrary to the hypothesis, be affected by mind. Almost you could imagine that Professor Alexander was sorry that he had let mind into space-time like a body. But on the theory there was no other place for it to be in, and Professor Alexander has to make the best of it. This he does by introducing this non-committal, if surreptitious, idea of selection. The mind doesn't do anything to the fire, it only chooses from the standard hotness, the hotness you can measure with appropriate and incorruptible instruments, those degrees of hotness already contained in it, which are miraculously relative to its distance and position. Professor Alexander will not admit that the body and its sense organs intervene between perception and its object. For this reason, quote, "the action of the sense organ is part of the process of sensing the sensum and not its object. The sense organ cannot be treated as merely a thing which modifies the real thing in the way that motion added to a whistle modifies the pitch of its note, or as spectacles, themselves colored, discolor the world around us. The distorting or qualifying thing must be either observed or observable in the sensible object. In truth, all appearances are prima facie real ones, and later are sorted out." End quote. Now, it is hard enough in all conscience to say in what way a sense organ modifies a sense perception, or its object. But we may be pretty sure it is not the way that motion added to a whistle modifies the pitch of its note, or as coloured spectacles stain the visible world. It is not because our sense organs move that we perceive motion, or because they are green that we perceive green, and not at all because they are objects to us, they are only objects to the physiologist, that they affect our perceptions of objects. The relativist does not contend, any more than Professor Alexander, that neural processes are part of the object, part of the sensum. It may or it may not be true that the distorting or qualifying thing must be either observed or observable in the sensible object. The idealist will agree that in truth all appearances are prima facie real ones and later are sorted out, but it is just possible that the sense organs and the neural processes do some of the sorting. The idealist distinguishes between appearances and reality precisely as the realist distinguishes between them, by their behaviour and their context. The idealist admits that appearances are real in their own context, and the realist displays a certain perversity when he calls the world of idealism a world of hallucination. It is precisely the same world as his own, with no detail omitted, altered, or distorted. All the correlations of space-time intact, indeed intacter. All that the idealist does is to recognize its ultimate quality as mind stuff, and through its character as mind stuff its dependence on mind. Professor Alexander regrets that we cannot take the way of idealism. It is so much easier. The way of sin is always easy, and that of virtue difficult, he says. We have seen some of the difficulties of virtue. The easy way of idealism leads to destruction, the destruction of our faith in the veracity of the universe. Now you can only test the veracity of the universe by the behaviour of the universe itself. There is no reality outside it to which we may appeal. Idealist and realist are in the same boat here. But the realist complicates his problem by separating consciousness from its object, and then raising all sorts of questions about its veracity. And we are left with the contradictory problem of mind, which is now said to be a new thing, and now reducible without residue to elements of space-time. If this is not an overwhelming difficulty, I don't know what is. End of Book 1, Chapter 5, Section 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, Chapter 5, Section 5 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 1, The Critical Preparations. Chapter 5, Space, Time, and Deity. Section 5, Deity. And when we come to the emergence of Deity, the overwhelming is indeed upon us. Deity also is begotten by time on space-time. This is the supreme instance of the causal character of time. Time is not subject to deity. Deity is subject to time. Deity does not exist till time calls it forth at its hour. In order to emerge, it requires a special complexity of space-time in the form of mind or consciousness. But deity is not mind or consciousness any more than mind or consciousness was life, or life was inorganic matter. It is a new empirical thing. Quote, Deity in its turn is a quality of that which attends upon, or more strictly speaking, is equivalent to, previous or lower existences of the order of mind which itself rests on a still lower basis of qualities, and emerges when certain complexities and refinements of arrangement have been reached. The highest of these empirical qualities known to us is mind or consciousness. Deity is the next higher empirical quality to the highest we know, and at any level of existence there is a next higher empirical quality which stands towards the lower quality as deity stands towards mind. There is a nisus in space-time which, as it has borne its creatures forward through matter and life to mind, will bear them forward to some higher level of existence. Time itself compels us to think of this later birth of time. Deity is thus the next higher empirical quality to mind. That the universe is pregnant with such a quality we are speculatively assured. What that quality is we cannot know, for we can neither enjoy nor still less contemplate it. Our human altars still are raised to the unknown God. End quote. Deity as the next higher, quote, is therefore a variable quality, and as the world grows in time, deity changes with it. On each level of finite creatures, deity is for them some unknown, though not unexperienced, quality in front, the real nature of which is enjoyed by the creatures on the next level. We cannot tell what is the nature of deity, of our deity, but we can be certain that it is not mind, or any quality of the order of mind. Deity is not spirit, but something different from it in kind. God, as the being which possesses deity, must be also spirit, for deity presupposes spirit, but his deity is not spirit. End quote. Unfortunately, you can never have your deity here and now. At whatever level you are on, deity is always about to emerge on the next level. If it were not for this, Professor Alexander's concept of deity would be the sublimest that has yet come into philosophy. Perhaps, in spite of this, it is. And it should be said at once that it makes many things conceivable that were not conceivable on the older theory of the Absolute. God can be immanent in the universe in a clearly intelligible way without compromising his deity. For it is the only concept of deity that completely solves the problem of evil. If deity has not happened yet, it is clearly not responsible for anything that has happened up till now. And since it has only come into the world subsequent to all regrettable incidents, it cannot be said to have had any knowledge of them. We have not got to reconcile God's foreknowledge and our freedom, or his power and his goodness. He is completely absolved from all complicity as regards this sad, bad world, which he has not produced, which he had no intention of producing, which, on the contrary, has produced him. And if the problem of evil were the only problem, it would be worthwhile closing with Professor Alexander's offer of his deity. His deity is, or rather will be, real and great beyond all the dreams of metaphysical imagination. We are not shut up with a God alleged to be all good, all powerful, and all knowing, who has yet turned out a universe which would be very creditable coming from a deity who was something, less than all that, but is, to say the least of it, somewhat disappointing as the achievement of all knowledge and all goodness and all power. Who can contemplate the world as it is and not say that an all-knowing, all-good, and all-powerful deity ought with infinite time at his disposal to have done a little better than that? Still, there was one thing to be said for him. The existence of this God might be a perfect scandal, but he was supposed to exist. He was at least good for that. But Professor Alexander's deity does not exist and is not meant to exist. There are, as we shall see, grave metaphysical obstacles to his existence. To begin with, there is a sense in which Professor Alexander's deity is not immanent. Because of his theory of space-time and of deity as an empirical birth of time, Professor Alexander is unable to speak of God as immanent and at the same time transcendent. Deity is located in a portion only of the universe. Quote, thus, empirical as deity is, the infinity of his distinctive character separates him from all finites. End quote. This, because if God were everywhere and every when, immanent in the whole universe here and now, he would, contrary to the plan of him, be existing here and now actually, and not as the assumed nisus or next higher empirical quality. And deity is not transcendent as regards time, since it is the birth of time, and as the birth of time, it has all space-time behind and outside it. And yet there is a sense in which this God is immanent and transcendent too. As the bearer of a new quality, he may be said to be transcendent as regards all lower qualities. And as the nisus in space-time, driving on to the emergence of deity, God is immanent in space-time. As each lower level plays body to the soul of the next higher, so mind or spirit, and we ourselves as minds or spirits, are the body of God. Quote, for him, therefore, the distinction of organic and special sensa disappears. Our minds, therefore, and everything else in the world are organic sensa of God. All we are the hunger and thirst, the heartbeats and the sweat of God. End quote. No criticism should overlook or fail to do justice to the metaphysical grandeur of this idea. The concept of deity as the nisus is almost the answer to half the difficulties we have raised. But it means that deity is never realized here and now. God, as the possessor of deity, is a qualitied infinite. If he realized himself, he would instantly become finite. The succession of realizations would produce not infinite deity, but a succession of finite deities. Quote, the qualitied infinite, if the quality could be actually realized, would present overwhelming difficulties when we ask if it is subject to the categories. It is not an individual, for an individual is the union of particular and universal. And realized deity is not universal, since, representing as it does the whole, it admits of no repetition. Neither is it a substance. It admits of no relation to other substances, but is the whole of space-time on a reduced scale. In this breakdown of the attempt to apply to it the categories, it betrays its merely ideal character of a picture and nothing more. The picture is not the less eminently worth drawing, only nothing actual corresponds to it. Deity is a nisus and not an accomplishment. End quote. If after these flat statements we still ask, does infinite deity exist? The answer is that, quote, the world in its infinity tends toward infinite deity, or is pregnant with it, but that infinite deity does not exist. If it did, God, the actual world-possessing deity, would cease to be infinite God and break up into a multiplicity of finite gods, which would be merely a higher race of creatures than ourselves with a God beyond. The attainment of deity makes deity finite. God as an actual existent is always becoming deity, but never attains it. He is the ideal God in embryo." End quote. Thus, even that temporary and progressive realization of deity cannot be, because it would make deity finite. We all have to give up something of our God. The absolutist cheerfully gives up God's morality to save his absoluteness. The pragmatist gives up his absoluteness to save his morality. It remained for Professor Alexander to make the supreme renunciation. He sacrifices God himself to save God's infinity. Now deity was only introduced into space-time as a concession to the religious consciousness. Professor Alexander considers that the appetite for deity should be satisfied. But does this concept of deity satisfy it? This unrealized ideal which is jammed tomorrow and better jammed the day after tomorrow but never jammed today? Quote, "It is this distinctive religious appetite which, though it does not make its object, discovers it." End quote. How? Since its object never is. Quote, "Religious sentiment is the feeling of our going out to something not ourselves and greater and higher than ourselves with which we are in communion." End quote. With which we are certainly not in communion, since deity hasn't happened yet. With which we never shall be in communion, since if it were to happen, it would always be a stage ahead of us. With which we need not hope to be in communion, since it never can happen. Professor Alexander says of his non-existent deity, quote, "If man wants God and depends on him, God wants man and is so far dependent, not only does he matter to us, but we matter to him." End quote. This is admirable, but how can it happen if God hasn't happened? The nisus on our level is just ourselves, straining forward to the deity which is not yet and never will be. How can this deity help us, or we it? Two final criticisms may be made here. This concept of deity is open to the objections which Professor Alexander brings against the fourth dimension as a purely intellectual construction. It is a construction on precisely the same lines of formal analogy. Also, if the analogy were strictly held to, since the next higher levels to life and mind respectively are not life and mind, the next higher level to deity cannot be deity. And this is to make deity finite with a vengeance. Once more, the religious consciousness is in a horrible position. If it can only save God's perfection at the price of his existence, or his existence at the price of his perfection. The problem for the new idealism is to find, if it can, a way out of this dilemma. If possible, to show deity as in a living process of self-realization, and yet keep the immensity of Professor Alexander's vision. End of Book 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 1 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 6, Space-Time and Consciousness. Section 1, The Problem. We can no longer doubt, if indeed it was ever doubtful, that the worst problems in philosophy arise from our fatal habit of abstracting. Hegel spent most of his time trying to prove that abstraction was the vice of all systems except his own, and his own failed chiefly owing to its inevitable divorce of thought from the sense world of nature. But it is on the problems of space and time that this and all other abstractions have borne most heavily. In the revulsion against this abuse of thought, it has been assumed, as we have seen, that the antinomies of space and time were entirely due to our arbitrary tampering with their integrity, and with the integrity of the cosmos as a whole. We have not only taken space and time as abstractions from the context of events, but we have taken them as abstractions from each other, and we have wondered at the contradictions which ensued. For all our conception of their unity, it is as if a man should turn his trousers inside out and marvel at the miracle of their still fitting him, or divide them back from front and either declare triumphantly that he has now two trousers, or else complain of the solution of continuity. Most certainly solution of continuity did follow from the division of space from time, and by now it has become pretty evident that they must be taken together. Professor Alexander has shown most convincingly that time enters into the very structure of space, and that the unfolding of space in 3 dimensions would be impossible without time. The whole trend of modern philosophy is in the direction of the synthesis of time and space, since this conception first appeared in M. Bergson's system. It is the secret of Professor Whitehead's 4-dimensional geometry and the foundation of his concept of nature. It underlies the equations of modern physics, in which space and time appear as interchangeable terms. It is the principle of relativity. And, as we have just seen, the first great system of realism, Professor Alexander's, is based on the essential unity of time and space. All these theories differ very decidedly from each other as to the nature and the relations of space and time. Professor Whitehead regards both time and space as empirical relations of events, these being the ultimate realities. To Professor Alexander they are not relations. They are the ultimate terms to which all things are reducible. They are absolute and august and pure in their a prioriness. To Professor Einstein they are purely relative to bodies of reference and to each other. To M. Bergson, serial time is a spurious sort of time which is really space. This spatial time is unreal time. To Professor Alexander, space-time, or time-space, is the reality, and there is no other sort of time or space. But they one and all agree that space and time must be taken together. One and all they insist, except Professor Einstein who doesn't worry about it, that if only you will take them together, every contradiction will vanish from space and time. If you take them together, time will stop all the gaps in space. Space will fill up the interstices of time. Events will step in, overlapping, and cover all the cuts of serial time. Space will stretch time out into duration, and time will sweep space out before it into extension. Divide them, and they at once fall apart into their point instants. But it has been made clear, at least I hope it has, that in the very systems that undertook to safeguard us from this catastrophe, the antinomies have burst loose again. The continuity of the compact series broke down under analysis. The continuity of Professor Whitehead's system of events and event particles broke down. It left us with all nature at a moment still on our hands. Even in Professor Alexander's system, which certainly held out the greatest promise of security, which almost compelled us to believe in its solution, the antinomies burst loose, and space-time itself betrayed contradictions of its own. Now, the one striking thing about all the solutions which were offered is that they are themselves abstractions. In all the theories we have considered, consciousness has been left out. It has been left out on purpose, in accordance with the demands of realism. It has not been allowed to enter the tests, lest it should pervert the conditions and confuse the problem at the very start. And on the whole, it has been a good thing for idealism that this experiment of keeping mind out should have been made. Mind ought not to be taken for granted. It ought not to be allowed to confuse the problem. It ought not to be brought in at all until other solutions have been tried and found wanting. Idealists should be grateful to realism for this drastic experiment, because the only chance for idealism was to leave mind out just for once and see what would happen. We have been present at this experiment, and we have seen what has happened. We have seen the obstinate resurgence of those contradictions which, making the reality of time and space and motion unthinkable, seem to strike at the very foundations of mathematical and physical science. If mathematics and physics have survived the shock, it is because they have held themselves above the battle. They have refused to be involved in the contentions of philosophy. It is indifferent to mathematics and to physics whether mind is dragged in or left out. It is even more indifferent to them what view philosophy takes of their own particular assumptions and constructions. The behavior and the relations of times and geometrical figures and bodies in motion will be the same, whether realism or idealism is right as to the ultimate nature of space and time and matter. This is a sense in which what Professor Whitehead says is true, that, quote, "no perplexity concerning the object of knowledge can be solved by saying there is a mind knowing it." End quote. But I do not think that perplexities concerning the behavior of objects and their relations among themselves are of the kind that metaphysics should be required to solve. That is what science is there for. What is required of metaphysics is rather the solution of precisely such problems as the antinomies of space and time, the origin of the categories and the relation of mind to nature, of consciousness to its object. And as you will certainly never solve the problem of consciousness by leaving finite consciousness out, so I think you will not solve the contradictions of space and time, or simplify the affairs of the categories by leaving out ultimate mind. At any rate, the experiment has been tried, and I think it has failed. It is idealism's turn now. The idealist may have even worse luck. His is in all conscience a dangerous adventure. But the experiment is worth trying. Some unkind person is sure to say that it has been tried before, and that if Kant and Hegel didn't succeed at it, the inference is distressing. And, arrogance apart, it isn't enough simply to go on assuming that space and time are ultimate forms of consciousness and see what happens. We have seen. Kant assumed it, and Hegel roped space and time in among the logical categories, and neither the critique nor the logic, nor Mr. Bosanquet and Mr. Bradley prevented new realism from happening. But Kant, more or less, left the matter there. He gave space and time a doubtful status somewhere between thought and sense. The schemata are amphibious organisms, hovering between two realms and unfitted to survive. Kant did not go down into the thick of space and time, and show that the presence or absence of consciousness made a difference. On the contrary, it was notoriously Kant who saddled idealism with his antinomies, and insisted on thought's powerlessness to solve them. As for Hegel, he contented himself with proving that space and time were as good categories as any other, and though in his system their contradictions follow all other contradictions to sublimation in the absolute cannot be said to have extinguished them here and now. Space and time are in the melting pot, and it is precisely because new realism has happened that experiment is still possible. If, as I believe, idealism, which has lost itself in space and time torn apart, is to find its way out through space and time taken together, that will be owing less to its own efforts in the past than to Professor Alexander, who has shown us how to take space and time seriously, shown that space with time cannot just be shoved away among the categories and left there, and that, when criticism has done its worst, their status remains only one step removed from that of ultimate and supreme reality. If they are not, as he holds, ultimates, they are at least penultimates, the simplest forms of consciousness. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 2 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 6, Space-Time and Consciousness. Section 2, Consciousness and Space-Time. Let us begin, then, with the simplest things, pure point instants in space-time. We have seen how time, taken with space, breaks it up, and inflicts on it rupture in time, the rebirths of repetition. All space, over and over again, instant after instant. For pure space-time there is no bridge from point to point. Time makes none. It only serves, in the form of motion, to pick out point from point, and thus draw attention to the discontinuity. The one instant that covers all points does not penetrate the gaps between them to join them up into a continuum. Time penetrates space only to disintegrate it further. Time taken by itself is utterly attenuated. So far from covering space, it falls like a thin thread of rain, drop by drop, across that immensity and forever. This is the old imperfect view of time. But time taken as space tells off the universe, immensity after immensity, forever. And likewise, for pure mindless time-space, there is no lien between its instants. Space only holds down one instant at that instant, and lets go to hold down the next. Time can never hope to recover its own past or to grasp its own future. It knows nothing but the present, and the present is a vanishing point between a not yet existing future and a no longer existing past. In the same way, the body in motion lets go the past point instant and has no grip of the future as such. It is at a point at an instant, at another point at another instant, and as far as the elements of time, space, and matter are concerned, that is all that can be said about its motion. The change of point instants, which is the essence of the affair, remains a miracle. You may as well say that the moving body is at rest, and that its movement is due to the passage of space-time. And a body at rest is in no better case. The instant gone is gone for it utterly. In a sense, so far from being at rest, it would appear in its abstraction to be travelling with inconceivable velocity through time. In all this we have had no body of reference, or rather, no mind of reference. We have been dealing with unreal abstractions, purely physical events happening impossibly outside mind. And as a matter of fact, in our perceptual experience things do not happen so. There is an apparent continuity of point instants. Bodies do move through unmoving space in moving time. They do stand still in a moving time and unmoving space. And their movement is apparently continuous. It is Professor Montague's uninterrupted and unitary slide. And the fact that this does actually happen in our perceptual experience should give us pause. Is it a naive idealism that wonders whether, after all, perception may not have something to do with it? Not more naive, I think, than the realism which assumes that you can subtract perception and everything will go on as before, or add it and it will make no difference. Only in unminded space-time, powerless to retain its own past and future, is there incurable disintegration. Introduce consciousness that joins instant to instant and holds past, present, and future together in one duration, that joins point to point and holds length, breadth, and thickness together in one extension, that links point with instant and point instant with point instant in one space-time. See space-time once for all as existing not in and by and for itself, but as the simplest and most universal form of consciousness, so that all events happening in space-time are, ipso facto, happening in consciousness, and contradiction disappears. Consciousness secures to events their range in space, their hold on time, their past, their present, and their future, in a word, their continuity. In minded space-time, motion becomes once more thinkable. Bodies can and do move, relatively, if you prefer it, to each other and the observer, in the finite space-time of perception, without let or hindrance from infinity. Zeno's Achilles will really overtake the tortoise, his arrow will fly, his approaching processions will really be in line, since consciousness keeps their positions for them. His diverging processions will cover their full sum of instants, because consciousness holds them in their past time. The world may have a beginning and an end in space-time, since consciousness began it and may end it, while consciousness, which the world is, will have no beginning and no end. Substance or matter will be discrete for abstract analytic thought, but continuous for concrete synthetic perception. Consider change, the passing of events, without consciousness and with consciousness. Unminded change will have all the discontinuity of the space-time whose point instants it in vain redistributes. And this, whether you take it as the pure passing of events, or as change of states in an object, of qualities in a substance. The unminded event, when gone, is gone, and might as well never have been. Its trail in the present and the future is effaced so soon as made. Events do not of themselves recur. An event dies in space-time and is succeeded by another event, a miraculous new birth unrelated to its predecessor. Unrelated because its point instants themselves have perished, and space-time in itself has no means of relating, of holding events together. The same thing applies to change of qualities in a substance. The substance in itself has no grip on its qualities. Its past states are past for it. So far as it is its qualities, it is all impermanence. Its qualities coexist in space, but only for an instant. They and it with them share the impermanence of time. But minded change has not this utterly disintegrating character. In consciousness, which has both past and present in its hold, and at least an outlook on the future, in consciousness the passing event is not dead, is not wholly past, it lives on in its successor. In the same way the object whose past states are held in consciousness endures as an object, and is not lost with its changing states. And in the same way again, the enduring state endures throughout its times. Through consciousness it keeps all its times. For in consciousness and consciousness alone is there continuity, and only so far as space-time is consciousness has it duration. I do not think you can exaggerate the importance of memory and anticipation as ensuring continuity. Only the bad habit of abstraction has made it possible to regard events and objects as existing on their own account in a real outside space-time existing on its own account. But a relentless analysis of this concept reveals its inherent contradiction. Again, consider the perspectives of space-time, and take them with perceptual consciousness left out. We have then to conceive, as best we may, an infinite number of incompatible perspectives coexisting in the same space-time. That is to say, the outlines of figures overlapping and interpenetrating each other, and objects literally occupying each other's space-times in a way that does not happen in perceptual experience, and by all the known laws of mathematics and physics cannot happen. Yet on the theory all these impossible things must be happening, for the simple reason that strict realism allows no other space-time but the one real one for things to happen in. But admit that different perspectives may be the perspectives of different finite consciousnesses, each carrying its own finite space-time, and the relevance of these problems disappears. And there are certain facts of consciousness that on this view acquire a significance they would not have on any other. We can be vividly aware of many percepts at the same time, but only of one distinct concept at one time. That is because our percepts are spread out all at once in our space, whereas our thoughts succeed each other in time. And this, whether we are perceiving objects in present time or remembering, which is a way of perceiving objects in past time, or anticipating, which is a way of perceiving objects in future time. The number of objects that we can perceive at one time is limited only by our perceptual range and our capacity to attend to the content of consciousness. This capacity may cover all our world of sensation. For example, I am aware at this moment of a white page of paper with faint blue lines, of the table it is laid on, of vague mutilated pieces of furniture and curtain and window pane on the outer ring of vision, of my hands and the sleeves of my gown, of my right hand with its pen moving over the paper, of the passage of an omnibus and the hooting of a taxi in the road outside. I am also aware of the contact of my fingers with the pen, and of my hand and wrist with the paper and the table. And if there were a smell in the room, I should be aware of that too. All these things are instantaneously together in the field of my awareness. And if, instead of being shut up in a small room with my head bent down, I stood out of doors looking at a wide landscape, I should see an immense number of things at any appreciable instant. but to set them all down in writing takes many instants. I can only write one word at a time, and I can only think one distinct thought at a time. I can only hold one concept, which may be a simple or a complex one, before me for contemplation at a time. If I lay out my complex concept into its elements, translating, say, procrastination into putting off till tomorrow, or more precisely, pushing away from now till the day after today, I cannot do this all at once. Each element demands its instant. It is true that by visualizing my concepts in the form of symbols, which may be either words or concrete images of the things they stand for, I can be aware of several at a time, for then I plant them out in space. This is the case with our geometrical concepts, which we visualize as figures in space. But when we are, as it were, looking on at our concepts, we are not using them, we are not thinking. The primary stuff of thinking is fluid. But the solid stratification of sensible experience is like a chord held down, while the play of thought, like a melody, runs on and over it with a varying tempo. As space takes the leading part in perceptual experience, so time takes the leading part in conceptual thinking. The passage of thought is the very passage of time itself. Now, on the realist theory, it is of course clear why we should be able to perceive so many things at once, since our percepts are already laid out before us in the form of independent objects, with which consciousness is merely compresent. But since on the theory we are equally compresent with our concepts and contemplate them with the same detachment, it is not at all clear why we should be thus limited to one concept at a time. On the realist theory we look on at our concepts, so why, when perception is of things coexistent, should conception be only of things succeeding? Since concepts are out there, not in space, but in some region specified as non-mental, anyhow outside in the unminded world of reality, why should we not conceive coexistence? And at first sight, if idealism is true and time is the form of thought, it seems a safe guess that this may be why our thinking should take time, and why, moving, it should only grasp one concept at a time. But the matter is not so simple as all that. In the first place, time is not more the form of thought than space is, since at least our geometrical concepts are concepts of pure space. And space is not the only form of perception, since our extended percepts occupy time, and in each case we have to take time and space together. Nor is it entirely a question of more or less, more percept to space and less time, for we cannot, conversely, speak of less concept to time and more space, for the simple reason that our concepts need not be concerned with space at all, and there will be no equation. And, properly speaking, concepts in themselves are timeless and spaceless. Their stuff is pure thought, and their habitation is the mind. Thus they will be as much part of the content of consciousness as our percepts are. Only, unlike our percepts, they belong to that region of mind which is not included in space-time, and therefore we are not aware of them as extended in space. But though we cannot conceive more than one concept, whether complex or simple, at a time, this is only true of primary conception, the direct presentation of its concepts to the mind. We must distinguish between concepts conceived and concepts made use of. In a train of thought, a process of reasoning, an inference, a judgment involving many terms, the concepts do not constitute a one-to-one instant series, but there is a synthesis such that each concept of the series is caught up with the succeeding one and all with the whole. All consecutive thinking is of this type. As the separate notes are built up into the musical phrase, and the phrase into the tune, so the meaning of each separate word is caught up with the meaning of the next, they and all successive meanings rolling cumulatively into the total meaning of the sentence. Thus the movement of thought has thickness. It is three-dimensional in time, involving memory and anticipation, past, present and future. It is a perpetual return on itself to hold the meaning which is past, a perpetual reaching beyond itself to the meaning just ahead. But this is not primary consciousness. It is not even pure conception. It is secondary consciousness, the play of the mind over and round about the solid primary block. Our entire consciousness from moment to moment goes not on feet, but with a snake-like heaving of its whole body, dragging all its content, primary and secondary, along with it. Now if consciousness were what the realist says it is, mere compresence with objects in the world outside it, we could hardly account for this cumulative movement of the whole block. It is more than the mere unminded movement of time and space. We found that time was in itself powerless to arrest time, and that unminded space performed this function most inadequately. Even if we could talk about simultaneous compresence with past and future objects, this synthesis of past, present and future goes beyond the state of compresence. It is consciousness doing something, and doing something to the object, since the object is lifted up bodily out of its past into the present and carried on into the future. If realism were true and compresence were the whole tale of consciousness, our consciousness would be very different from what it is. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 3 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, A Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 6, Space-Time and Consciousness. Section 3, Consciousness and the Categories. Now realists may admit that this play of thought is mental, while they insist that it is a playing with non-mental entities, that the ultimate elements of thought, the categories, are non-mental. But, even supposing that mental play with non-mental entities were possible, are they? Can we really think of the ultimate elements of thought, the categories, as non-mental? Even if we agreed that they were ultimately reducible to space-time, we should not on that account regard them as non-mental when we had reason to suppose that space-time itself is not non-mental. It wouldn't matter to idealism if everything in the universe were reduced to space-time, so long as space-time remained the ultimate form of consciousness. But as we said, many of the categories, identity, diversity and existence, relation, universal and particular, causality, change, number, the whole, the one and the many, were not reducible to space-time. Above all, quality was not reducible. That leaves nothing for space-time but order, quantity, intensity, motion, and such identity and diversity, such relations, such change, and such qualities as are clearly spatio-temporal. Are the categories, then, in themselves, apart from the mental character of space-time, reducible to terms of mind or consciousness? Not to such terms as are implied by simply saying that we know them. Realism has the most perfect right to protest against these definitions. But to terms of mind which will truly define their nature? I believe so. To begin with, identity, diversity, and existence. These categories are, I think, obviously deducible from or reducible to the concept of selfhood, which has nothing to do with occupying or not occupying one point instant in space-time. Each thing is itself, and other things are themselves as well as other. This intrinsic, irreducible selfhood is beneath and behind all consciousness, and without it, consciousness could not be, and without consciousness it would be unintelligible. If we say with Professor Alexander that things are identical, or the same, because they occupy the same space at the same time, and different if they occupy different spaces at the same time, we have yet to say what the same time and the same space are, as well as to provide for those things which continue in the same spaces at different times, or are in different spaces at different times. And we shall have to say what different spaces and different times are. So that we are thrown back on a sameness and a difference, which are not definable in terms of space-time and are definable in terms of consciousness, being of the stuff of consciousness itself. Selfhood is the fundamental fact of consciousness. True, that in the dawn of our experience we begin by identifying ourselves with our bodies, which later we distinguish from surrounding objects. Thus, for infants in arms identity, diversity in existence will have a purely spatio-temporal reference. And if philosophers choose to adopt the metaphysical views of an infant in arms, there is nothing to prevent them. The older baby knows perfectly well that it is not its feeding bottle or its mother or its nurse. As consciousness advances, the self is clearly distinguished from its body, and conscious states from bodily states. And this self-reference, this assertion of selfhood, is the true metaphysical ground of identity, diversity, and existence. Existence is the union of identity and diversity. Everything that exists is self-same and different from others. And universality is strictly deducible from selfhood. The universal is that which is one and the same in each of its particulars. Thus it is repeated in space-time, but this mere fact of repetition does not make it spatio-temporal and quantitative. The very essence of universality is quality. A thing has such and such qualities that together constitute its kind, and quality we found to be irreducible to space-time. Things which have the same qualities and correlations of qualities are of the same kind, and the essence of sameness we found to be selfhood. And again, the thing essential to the universal is not repetition but recognition, its relation not to space-time but to consciousness. It is the presence of the universal in the particular which makes knowledge, even in the lowest form of perceptual experience, possible. The universal is thought itself incarnate in things, the chief witness to their mental character. Now we cannot draw a hard and fast line between the universal and particular. Universal and particular are in the same boat. If the particulars are non-mental, so are the universals. If one is mental, both are mental. If we have reason to suppose that universals are supremely mental, particulars must be mental too, and obviously the individual will share their character. I said a little while back that the highest universal is consciousness itself. But if the deduction of the categories from consciousness is sound, the highest universal will be the universal consciousness, the absolute self. So far, our idealist's career among the categories has been a fairly easy one. And according to the older tradition of idealism, he should have no trouble at all with the category of relation. The older idealism regarded all relations as thought relations and left it at that. Now clearly, they are not sensa. You can't see or touch or smell a relation as such, and this peculiar impalpability of relations seemed to set them apart as holy and dedicated to idealism. To be is, as Lotze said, to be in relations, and since all relations were supplied by consciousness, clearly to be in relation was to be in consciousness. To be was to be related, and to be related was, ipso facto, to be known. To the older idealism, the universe appeared as a collection of patches of colour, scattered sounds, wandering smells, of hard nubbly things tied together by invisible, intangible strings. The tighter you tied it to its terms, the more impalpable and elusive the relation became, until for sheer subtlety it vanished into nothingness. And if one thing seemed more certain than another, it was that relations were not real in the realist sense, but that they were the work of thought. The older logical idealism blinded itself to all other possibilities by concentrating on relations which were indubitably thought relations, the subject-object relation, the subject-predicate relation, relations between categories and concepts, and relations between relations themselves, not anticipating the moment when all relations should be declared reducible without residue to space-time. Thus, by ignoring such humbler forms as beside, between, to right and left of, northeast by east of, husband and wife, it gave an impression of having snared the entire universe in a net of logic. It was left for the realists of the 20th century, notably for Mr. Bertrand Russell, to insist on the importance of these entities, so palpably independent of thought, and ask the idealist what he was going to do about it. Now, so long as the idealist confines himself to logic, so long as he regards space and time as mere categories, forms of thought like any other, there is nothing that he can do. Almost any relation he happens to hit on, the relation of his luncheon to his dinner, of his stud to his shirt front, of his cat and her kittens, of himself to his deceased wife's sister, will, if he lets himself dwell on it, be a crux to him. His system does not allow for those irrational sense elements which are the terms of half the relations there are. Simply saying that the terms are things of sense and the relation things of thought will not help him with the relation of his stud to his shirt front. It is a relation of fastening, and you cannot say that fastening is a thought relation. And an enormous proportion, perhaps the greater proportion of relations are of this transitive and practical nature. They have to do with action and behaviour. If he is going to hang on to his epistemology like grim death, his only chance is either to draw a distinction between fastening and the relation of fastening, or to deny that fastening is a relation. And I think he will have difficulty in making a sound case either way. Therefore, the only safe course for the idealists is to abandon the epistemological account of experience as an exhaustive statement, and take his stand by the primary block of consciousness, which will be very largely a complex of sense data in space and time, in which relations may be impalpable concepts, but are more likely than not to share the perceptual character of their terms. The very worst that realism can do to him is to confront him with relations which are purely spatio-temporal, but this will not hurt him, since he has already settled his account with space and time. This brings us to the contentious question of external versus internal relations, whether relations are or are not grounded in the nature of their terms. Mr. Bradley has sufficiently exposed the dilemmas of relations. If a relation is outside its terms, it will have to be related to each of them, and this relation will be related and will be external to its terms and related to each of them in an infinite outside regress. If it is inside the nature of its terms, there must be a relation of the terms to their nature, which itself will depend upon the nature of its terms, and set up a relation which will depend upon the nature, and so on in an infinite inside regress. I am not concerned at the moment with Mr. Bradley's dilemma. There is only one theory of relation which idealism is compelled to dismiss as unsound, the realist theory of external relations. If the relation is an out-and-out external one, a non-mental reality detached from its terms, so far from relating them to each other, it will have first to be related to each of them, thus setting up the infinite regress for which Mr. Bertrand Russell has blamed internal relations. Now it is not the absolute idealist who is hit by the infinite regress. He positively thrives, like Mr. Bradley, on the dilemma. But the infinite regress is fatal to the realist. If his relation is to be a real relation of real terms, it must relate, and it must do it at once. And that, because of its infinite regress, a purely external relation cannot do. Equally, for any idealism which believes in the reality of its world, relations must relate. It must therefore find such a definition of the relation to its terms as will exclude the infinite inside regress. By hook or by crook, the relation must be made to relate. And this is not to be done by calling each and every relation the work of thought. The work of thought on terms which are not thoughts and have no connections in the world of thought will be an outside relation with a vengeance. If relation is to relate, it must be immediate. It must get in first before the infinite regress has had time to start. The work of thought is not a wide enough description of relation. The work of consciousness is too wide. That is to say, every relation is not directly the work even of primary consciousness. And if it is to be real, if it is really to relate, it must in no case be the work of secondary consciousness. It must not be the mere play of consciousness on pre-existing stuff. The relation that relates must be of the stuff of consciousness itself, since all things are of that stuff. The terms will, on the theory, be of that stuff, and you must look for the relations where the terms are. If in space and time, then in space and time. If in the world of thought, then in the world of thought. If in a mixed world, then in that world as it is mixed. The relation can then be grounded securely in the nature of its terms, in the sense that the terms will make a difference to the relation. They will make the relation what it is. Thus the stud and shirt make their fastening what it is. Other terms, a button and buttonhole, a pair of apron strings, a railway coupling, make other relations of fastening what they are. The fact that there are other fastenings does not mean, as the realist will have it, that the relation of fastening is external to the stud and shirt. We are only considering that particular kind of fastening. A relation may of course be so slender and partial that it will touch its terms on the most trivial side of their nature. All casual, temporary relations are of this sort. The realist makes out that all these are external relations, only because he is confusing the total complex of the persons or the things concerned with those parts of them which enter into the relation. The parts, however slender, are all that can be justifiably called the terms, and the relation, while and as it lasts, will be grounded in their nature. In all experience of relations, and by experience I do not mean external knowledge, for example, the knowledge a physicist has when dealing with the relations of his subject matter. So let us say in all events into which primary consciousness enters, consciousness pins down the relation to its terms before the infinite regress can set in. The infinite regress is always an affair of secondary consciousness. So long as we take relation as an abstraction from the content of primary consciousness, the dilemmas of relation will arise. They are solved, as the dilemmas of space and time were solved, by taking relation and consciousness together. Order we have already admitted to be spatio-temporal, at least in origin, but it is not on that account non-mental. Quantity also, but not all quantity and not all intensity. For intensities of sensation are not in themselves reducible to space-time, even if degrees of heat can be measured by points on the thermometer. And quantity in the form of number is not, I think, reducible at all. Neither are relations of number. For example, the relation of a square to its root is not spatio-temporal, nor are the purely numerical relations of measure, which would seem to rule number itself out of space and time. We can only dream of including it if we confuse between real and psychological derivations. The ways in which we learn to count may be purely spatio-temporal, or between the behaviour of numbers themselves and the application we make of them, as in measuring. Number is pure thought. All numerical, all mathematical laws and operations are laws and operations of pure thought. All geometrical constructions are constructions of pure thought. The fact that they are applicable to things of sense in space-time, that things in space-time are measurable and calculable, would in itself be sufficient indication that nature is not closed to mind, but that thought saturates it through and through. We found that substance taken as space-time broke up into its parts and was lost, giving rise to Kant's antinomy. Unminded substance could neither support its parts nor hold them together, nor maintain itself. But substance taken together with consciousness merges in the concept of selfhood. The self is not lost in its states of mind or states of will. It stands under them, holds them up and together, and gives them continuity. Unminded causality, in giving rise to unminded change, suffers like change itself from all the disintegrations of space-time. It can only preserve its continuity, its power to pass into its effect, as part of the movement of some ultimate primary consciousness. Taken together with consciousness, the concept of causality as the total configuration of the universe becomes intelligible. Space-time could not give it this configuration, for space-time is not in itself the whole. It has no grip of its own past and future. It may be objected that the concept of causality is not exhausted by the definition of total configuration. It cannot be less than that, but it is something more. It is that which from moment to moment makes a difference to the whole. Thus causality is process, but process as such disappears, like power and necessity, in the total configuration of the universe. And this is the contradiction of causality. Now, if we had nothing but unminded causality in an unminded universe, we should have to choose between configuration and process, or put up with the contradiction. The clue to the problem, I think, lies in the double aspect of mind. Mind is consciousness, and it is also will. In its more perfect forms, it is conscious of its will. In its form of highest perfection, it wills its consciousness, which is the universe. Will is pure causality. It is pure process. It is the universe of consciousness in the making. It is not subject to space-time, for space-time is a form of the consciousness it has created. It moves in the world freely among its own forms. Freely, because its own forms are its conditions. In this sense, the cause is the sum of the conditions. It is its conditions, for it is subject to none that it has not itself imposed. And in this sense causality, which is process, may be said without contradiction to be also the total configuration of the universe. For the total configuration of the universe is nothing but mind, the mainspring of whose unfolding consciousness is will. Mind is the only entity capable of literally containing its own process, of being at once process and total configuration. A moment's reflection will show the possibility of this apparent paradox. It is more or less to be found in the experience of any finite consciousness that not only anticipates but has power, within limits, to shape its own future, that in remembering, from moment to moment, rolls up its past into its present and perpetually covers the process of its will. And what applied to causality applies to reciprocity too. We have seen already that the whole as space-time fell asunder like substance into its parts. Here again, ultimate consciousness is the only whole that can maintain itself in unity with all its parts. It will not be a logical whole, as the older idealism had it, for will and all sense elements stand outside that whole. But it makes possible, and space-time does not, the existence of logical wholes as subordinate entities within itself. The same consideration applies to the absolute One, which is and contains the many. Conscious spirit is the only conceivable absolute One. If the many forms of the universe are not forms of the consciousness of absolute spirit, they must fall apart into the endless plurality and absolute difference of their kinds, in which case the kinds themselves and all subordinate unities which actually obtain become unthinkable. Motion has been already considered. It was seen to be only possible when minded by some consciousness. We have done with all the categories said to be reducible to space-time. There are three others: contingency, modality, and necessity. None of them are strictly spatio-temporal, and they are doubtful categories. Contingency falls under the head of causality as condition. Modality is a compound of particularity and quality. Necessity, dubious in itself, is another name for the uniformity of nature, which, if it is not a law of consciousness, is simply an empirical fact, carrying with it no necessity. Quality only remains, and it remains so persistently outside space-time that Professor Alexander will not allow it to be a category. It seems a rather high-minded proceeding thus to strip it of its ancient prestige. Surely quality is a good enough category for anybody, seeing that, except bare being, we cannot think of anything that has no quality at all. Even pure quantity, though it isn't quality, may have quality. There is a certain difference of flavour about finite and infinite numbers, or about square roots and cube roots. Quality saturates all the things of consciousness. It is the name for all the charming unreasonableness of nature, for all that is rich and mysterious in thought. It is essentially primary. Its mental character, will be more apparent when we come to consider primary consciousness. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 6, Section 4 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2. Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 6. Space, Time, and Consciousness. Section 4. Relativity. Another problem of space-time has arisen with the appearance of Professor Einstein's theory of special and general relativity. How does that theory affect the assumptions and conclusions of idealism? Does it make for idealism or against it? It would only make against it if idealism assumed an absolute space-time which is the same for all observers, that is to say, for all consciousnesses under all possible conditions, or an absolute time which is the same under all spatial conditions. The foregoing chapters were written before I had read Professor Wilden Carr's The General Principle of Relativity, and I am glad to have the support of his authority for the view, disgusting to realists, which I have taken of consciousness as the continuum, and I wish that he had developed it more in detail. It is not enough to state that consciousness is the continuum unless you show precisely how it is the continuum and why. I cannot, however, agree with Professor Carr that relativity makes directly for idealism. So far as I understand Professor Einstein's theory, and Professor Einstein's equations are, I regret to say, a bar to perfect understanding, all that it undertakes to prove is that time, and motion with time, is relative strictly to position in space, and that the size and shape of objects, so far as they depend on motion, and mass so far as it depends on motion, will be relative too. I gather also that the age of an object, its duration in space-time, will depend on its velocity, the pace at which it goes through space-time, and be relative to the ages of other objects which have not gone the pace. Space-time and motion through space and in time will not be independent entities. That is to say, they can only exist in relation to a body of reference. And in the absence of a fixed body of reference, real absolute time and real absolute space, there will be none. Thus we hear a great deal about time systems and bodies of reference, but Professor Einstein doesn't say a word about minds of reference, and if a realist chooses to insist that there is nothing here but the eccentricities of unminded space-time, it would be hard to refute him out of Professor Einstein's mouth alone. Professor Einstein is concerned not with space-time systems as occupying his observer's consciousness, but with his observer's body as occupying certain positions in a space-time system. All the same, there is nothing in his theory which can be used as a refutation of idealism. For idealism, each observer will carry with him his own space-time system based on his personal perspective. His body of reference will itself be part and parcel of his consciousness, and his consciousness will only not appear in the equation because it already contains the equation and its terms. I think there is nothing in the relativity theory that upsets this view. And incidentally, this view supports the relativity theory, which involves a plurality of space-time systems. For according to idealism, there will be as many space-time systems as there are consciousnesses, as many forms of space-time as there are forms of consciousness. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 7, Space, Time, and Other Consciousnesses. Section 1. Forms of consciousness. We can at least conceive the possibility of other forms of consciousness. 1. Forms in which both memory and anticipation are complete here and now, all space being known at an instant and all time at a point. 2. Forms in which memory is more extensive than our own. 3. In which memory completes itself by going back over the whole past of the universe. 4. Forms in which anticipation is more extensive than our own. 5. In which it will complete itself by going forward over the whole future of the universe. 6. Forms in which the same event will be happening for different observers at different times. 7. Forms in which the time series is reversible. 8. Many-dimensional forms. 9. Forms in which points in space are reached without passing through intermediate space. 10. Or in which bodies can occupy each other's space. 11. Or in which one time system is contained in another. 12. Forms correlated with other space-time systems. 13. Forms in which all space-time systems are correlated with each other. The first and last forms, consciousness of all space at an instant and all time at a point, and consciousness embracing and correlating all space-time systems, are, if they exist at all, forms of the ultimate consciousness which is God. Memory itself helps us to the second and third conceptions. The phenomena of premonition and second sight suggest the fourth and fifth. A typical instance of the sixth form would be Professor Alexander's event in Sirius, which has actually occurred 9 years before the inhabitants of the earth are aware of it. You can of course say that a light ray starting from Sirius is not the same event as the same light ray reaching the earth, that we have here two events separated by 9 years. But this is unfair to the integrity of the ray and to its course through heaven, which is already broken into as many event particles as there are point instants on its track. And supposing the star to have gone out any time within the last 9 years, for a perception that responded to light faster than light can travel, Sirius would be no longer seen, while he would be still twinkling away for other people. And we can imagine a form of consciousness entirely concerned with such events. Section 2. Reversible time series. The seventh case, the reversible time series, is no more than an interesting speculation. It is thinkable only if we take time either in stratified blocks of duration or in its literal sense of successiveness as a simple cardinal series of instants. That is to say, the series 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is as thinkable as the series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But even here, where we are dealing with instants which have all a similar content, the figures have not the same value, and we have more than a simple reversal of order. That is to say, 5 with 4, 3, 2, and 1 in front of it is a different complex from 1 with 2, 3, 4, and 5 in front of it. And when we come to complex qualities and events, their series, if taken in point instants or event particles, ceases to be reversible at all. I can take up one event in a solid block and place it in time before another solid block of event that comes after it. But I cannot transpose their event particles and at the same time preserve the integrity of the events. That is to say, I cannot reverse the order of movements within events without changing their complex and their character. For example, I cross my room from the fireplace to the writing table, passing on my right 3 bookcases, a door, and a chair. Strictly speaking, to reverse the order of this series I should have to walk backwards, so that I may pass these objects in the reverse right-hand order of chair, door, and bookcase, and keeping the fireplace behind me. For the fireplace, since I turned my back on it at starting, does not belong to the visual series. I cannot separate my movements from my surroundings in time and space. And if I turn round and walk forwards, I shall face the fireplace, and have the chair, the door, and the bookcase on my left. But even so, I have not got a complete reversal, that is to say, the same movements in a different order, for walking backwards is not walking forwards. I can, however, take my events in solid blocks and reverse their order. I can go to bed at 8 o'clock in the morning, dine at 1 o'clock, lunch at 8 in the evening, and breakfast at 10. But if I reverse the order of event particles, the order of my knife and fork work, and of my throat movements, whatever I may be doing, I shall not be dining. So that whether we can or cannot make the pure time series stand on its head, the complete order of events in time is irreversible. It is strictly determined by the correlations of time with space. The same is to be said of memory and anticipation. Every time we remember or foresee, we are reversing some order of events. We are putting a past event, or train of events, after the events which have followed it, or a future event, or train of events, before the events which should precede it. But we do not remember or foresee event particles, or the train of events in their reverse orders. The remembered or foreseen events have their own irreversible past, present, and future, and the time we foresee or remember them in is our present. Section 3. The fourth dimension. The eighth form of many-dimensional consciousness is conceivable so far as the construction of the fourth dimension is conceivable. We cannot form any complete spatial image of four-dimensional figures. But, even without helping ourselves to time for the fourth dimension, we can make a pretty fair intellectual shot at it, by analogy with our constructions of the second dimension from the first, and of the third from the second. Thus, the line, turned on its endpoints at right angles to itself, forms the plane surface square whose boundaries are lines. The plane square, turned on its bounding lines at right angles to its four sides, forms the cube, whose boundaries are plane surfaces. By analogy, the cube, turned on its bounding surfaces at right angles to its six sides, will form the fourth dimensional figure, or tesseract, whose boundaries are cubes. The time factor is important if we are to realize the possibility of this construction. Thus, suppose a creature whose perceptions were limited to one dimension. If a line were superimposed on his space, he would see nothing. The points of the new line would have no duration in his space. But a red line a foot long moving in the second dimension across his space at the rate of 1 second per foot would be seen as a red point that lasted 1 second. The duration of the red point would be the queer part of it, a sign that it had come into his space from a higher dimension, an unknown and inconceivable direction. Again, suppose a two-dimensional creature with perceptions limited to plane surfaces. If an uncolored plane square were laid down in his space, its boundaries and parts would have no duration in any point they covered. The two surfaces, having no thickness, would be perceived as one. There would be no pattern on his carpet. And suppose a red vertical plane set up at right angles to his horizon and moving across it, he would see a succession of instantaneous red points, each the end point of the base line of the vertical plane, popping up one after another on his horizon line, but without duration. But if a red cube, a foot square, rose in the third dimension like a sun above his horizon, at the rate of 1 second per foot, he would see a red line a foot long that lasted exactly 1 second. Its lasting would seem to him most uncanny, and if he were clever enough, he would infer a third dimension. Similarly, a tesseract, passing at the same rate through three-dimensional space, would be seen by three-dimensional creatures as a square surface lasting uncannily just so many seconds longer than the plane surface of a passing cube, as the tesseract has more sides than a cube. Or rather, all its three-dimensional parts would be seen moving, while the fourth-dimensional side would be stationary so many seconds, a phenomenon that would certainly attract attention. Section 4. With forms 9, 10, and 11 we are already in some degree acquainted. In our dream space we go from point to distant point without traversing intermediate space. Our bodies pass through other bodies or occupy their spaces. Our dream time has a system of its own. I have seen no adequate explanation of the fact that a train of dream events, which may take any dream time from nth hours to 1 minute, will happen in a few seconds by clock time. You are not explaining when you say that dream events and dream time are illusory, or that the sense of dream time is a false memory palmed off by waking consciousness upon the dream. For illusory events, like real events, take time. Everybody knows the dream of dressing for a party, of opening endless cupboards and endless drawers, turning over innumerable garments, rejected for some dream reason, and finally setting out, clothed in nothing but a simple handkerchief. In the dream, it has taken endless time to find that handkerchief, and time taken is time taken. As for false memory, how can you possibly remember a dream you haven't had? At that rate, all our dreams would have to be invented in the first moment after waking, whereas we are very well aware that waking came last in the series of events. If we remember the dream, then we have had the dream. More often than not, we forget the dream events, and yet remember that they took time. The question is, what time did they take? To say that the dream series is rattled off with an intense velocity may possibly help to fit the dream hours into the clock seconds, but the velocity itself would constitute a unique and independent dream tempo, and the velocity theory is not borne out by the time sense of the dreamer, which stretches out the pace of events to normal. The only shortcuts of the dream are the movements of the dream body in dream space, and these are not to be accounted for by any waking experience. They are independent and unique. So that the conclusion would seem to be that the space-time of dreams is not the space-time of waking life, but a unique and independent system, and that the time that dreams take is their own time. Section 5. Personal perspectives. The 12th case occurs in everyday experience when other people's personal perspectives are recognized and correlated with our own. But if we have given up the external non-mental object, if we each carry about with us our own private space-time, in what sense can we be said to see the same objects and to inhabit the same world as other people? What sense that will not do violence to our experience? Well, in the first place, our grounds for giving up non-mental space and time were that their non-mentality itself did violence. And it will be remembered that we gave up the non-mental objects because of the incompatibility of their many appearances. If all those appearances are to be outside realities, their incompatibility becomes a downright serious thing. So does their multiplicity. We saw that their multiplicity was too much in 1913 for even so devout a realist as Professor Broad. If they are relative to our sense organs, that is serious too. And if we adopt the general principle of relativity, there will be no standard size, shape, mass, movement, or position of any object. Discrepancies will be infinite. On the other hand, if you say that they are not relative, that they are absolute, discrepancy becomes more serious still, and any correlation of discrepancies impossible. Experience is done violence to either way. But, it may be objected, if it is all a matter of different sense organs and different perspectives, why do we not see different objects in different worlds? Or, if my space-time is my private affair and I am confined to my personal perspectives, how can I be assured of other people's perspectives, or of the existence of other people at all? If my neighbor's body is a phantom wandering about in my space-time, what guarantee have I of his reality, of anybody's reality except my own, or of my own reality if it comes to that? For there will not be any reality for me outside my consciousness. And isn't this simply subjective idealism, that easy prey of realists, the lunatic theory of myself alone? Now, it is chiefly because my consciousness has the form of space-time that the reality of other consciousnesses is brought home to me. The behavior of other people in space-time convinces me that their existence is as real, as self-contained and well authenticated as my own. Most of their movements in my space-time are unforeseen by me. All are independent of me, and yet so strikingly like my own movements that I am convinced that I am dealing with selves as free and separate from myself as myself is from theirs. Their speech further persuades me that they are conscious as I am conscious, yet that their thoughts are not of my thinking, that each has a secret incommunicable self that does not come into my consciousness, yet whose reality I cannot doubt. It would still be open to me to question these signs and regard other people and their speech and their behaviour as illusions of my solitary dream. But they have every appearance of carrying about with them a space-time perspective which is not mine. And because it is not mine, because they have this indubitable air of being fellow spectators of the universe and of looking at the universe from a different angle, seeing a world that runs out with all its lines from a different centre from mine, because their hypothetical perspectives can be correlated with the only perspective I can be certain of, therefore I conclude that other people are entities as real as I am in a world as real as my own. And I have reason to believe that I am known to them precisely as they are known to me, and that my body is a phantom wandering about in their space-time as theirs wanders in mine. And that their space-time is not mine I also know, because my body cannot stand where their bodies are standing at the same moment. I can only see the world as they have seen it if I stand where they have been standing. We shall never see the same world at the same time. But in what sense consistent with idealism can I be said to stand where they have been standing, since, on the theory, they can only stand in their own space and I can only stand in mine? And in what sense is the world they saw the same world that I see, since our seeing is in different times as well as different spaces? It is the same world, no less and no more, and in the same sense that the house I see a mile off is the same house I see near, or the house I see cornerways the same house that I see frontways, no less the same and no more. For the house I see a mile off is a very small house, and the house I see near, which I call the same house, is a large one. And the house seen frontways is a square cube, and seen cornerways is a triangular cube. And I have to correlate my own perspectives with each other very much as I correlate other people's with my own. How is this possible? It is done in all perceptual experience in ways of which optics give the correct scientific statement, but they do not profess to define the metaphysical grounds of the process or the ultimate character of its data. We have still to ask, how is the correlation of perspectives thinkable? To begin with, we have to think of our personal space-times and the personal space-times of other people as real or ideal parts of a real or ideal space-time, which, if it is to hang together, must be the space-time of some ultimate consciousness. How are these parts to be fitted in? The house I see a mile off grows larger and larger as I approach it. I can regard all my views of the house as strung like so many concentric rings on my line of vision, which passes like an axis through their common centre, the smaller views telescoping into the larger as the line shortens. Besides shortening, this axis will swing with me as I move from right to left of the object. It will therefore be a variable, but its end point in the common centre of the telescoping views will be a geometrical constant, which determines the place of the house in real space-time, the space-time of which my own personal perspectives are parts. In the same way, the line of the projecting angle of the house will be common both to the front view and the corner view. It is a real or ideal line, a geometrical constant of the two perspectives, and fixes the place of the house in the real or ideal space-time of the ultimate consciousness. And in the same way, my neighbour's perspectives can be correlated with mine. If he is standing close beside me, I know that our separate axes of vision will meet at an acute angle in the centre of his object, and if we are further apart, at an obtuser angle. If he takes my place, I know that his axis of vision will swing to the position mine occupied, that it will lie in the same track, and that its end point will fix his object's position in real or ideal space. His standing beside me and taking my place mean that his position and mine are marked in real or ideal space, and that we are beside each other, or, interchangeably, there. These relations will hold good also in our private spaces, because these are parts of real or ideal space. Similarly, if he takes the corner of the house while I take the square, the line of the projecting angle will be common to our two perspectives in real or ideal space. The same thing will hold good for our times. What is a time for his space will be the same time for my space, so long as our spaces are correlated. For idealism, this means that all personal space-times are embraced in the space-time of the ultimate consciousness. I have taken the simplest example of the correlation of personal perspectives, the simplest of geometrical constants. In reality, pure space, in which God geometrizes eternally, is filled with the pure geometrical figures of all objects of all possible perspectives. They are outlines, which the individual consciousness fills with the hardness or softness, the roughness or smoothness, the colour and richness of its own sensa. If this were all, there would be nothing to distinguish them from Kant's schema, the motionless, ready-made framework into which the things of sense fit in a manner suggesting that they are already provided with shape, size, and position. The Kantian schema was only applicable to static objects. It had no hold on them as the nuclei of events in time. Thus, through the changeless crowding of the Kantian perspectives in one time, there would be overlapping and intersecting such that material objects would be infallibly obliged to occupy each other's spaces. It had all the awkwardness of the realist multiplied real incompatibles. But the schema we are contemplating is not of space, but of space-time. Consciousness in its form of time divides the objects within these personal perspectives so that one is never inconvenienced by the other. And Kant's schema was a form of sensible perception, and it is clear that sensible perspectives cannot have any points or lines in common, because these points and lines are the points and lines of bodies which cannot occupy each other's space. But the geometrical patterns of the geometrizing God are pure intellectual forms that know nothing of the jealous exclusions and mutual hustlings of the things of sense. They are one and the same for all personal perspectives by whomsoever perspected. At the same time, they must not be thought of as marking out in real ideal space any standard shape or size, for there will be outlines of all figures of all possible perspectives. Only what I have called the geometrical constants will be common to any two or more perspectives, and what is a constant for any two or three perspectives may be a variable for a fourth. For example, the long steep line common to the corner and square views of the house will be shortened in the perspective of an observer posted high above the roof. So far we have been considering the correlations of perspectives in the space-time of ultimate consciousness, as conceived by a finite consciousness limited to its own personal perspective. If we ask how any object in space-time appears to the consciousness which embraces all space-time, we ignore the very conditions of the problem. The ultimate consciousness is neither in the garden nor posted high above the roof. It presumably will not be limited by relativity to a sense organ or by position of a body in space. My sensum is, for all I know, my private affair, and I have no business to attribute it to Deity if Deity hasn't any sense organ to correspond. On the other hand, we do not know the part actually played by a sense organ. On the idealist theory, the sensum blue is not generated by contact of a sense organ with light waves of a certain length and rate of vibration. It is the response of the self to the stimulus of some consciousness at the other end, semaphoring by means of molecules in motion. The sense organs may be simply sorters out and transmitters of the movements of molecules. Not generators, but canalizers, as M. Bergson says, of sensation, distributing God's sensa, holding within bounds the otherwise intolerable inrush of divine experience. But supposing that an object in finite space-time appears to ultimate consciousness at all as it appears to finite consciousness, we may presume that the very least that ultimate consciousness can do will be to see it not from any one perspective, but from all possible perspectives except that of motion. It will be able to see it all round and above and below and outside and inside at the same time. And as we could trace the beginning of the consciousness of all space at a moment in our own memory and anticipation, so in visualizing, when we are more or less free from the limitations of position, we do actually see all round an object and inside it at once. This depends upon the object. Thus there is difficulty in imagining the complete spherical aspect of a monotonously colored association football. But let the object be large, and let its four sides have each some vivid distinguishing mark, and the thing can be done easily enough. In imagination, I can look at the front and the back of my house at once and through all the rooms that intervene. Suppose this sort of vision carried to the nth power. If the universe exists solely through the will and in the mind of God, his consciousness of the universe will be perfect and whole, embracing all space-time systems. But it is possible that he is not really conscious of the universe in any way, even remotely like our own. In the last chapter but one, we shall consider what, on the theory, his way must be, what it may be, and what it cannot be. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 8, Difficulties and Objections. Section 1, The Challenge. I said idealism must be proof against all attacks based on the behavior of the world of physical things. The challenge to the idealist, if you remember, was to frame his theory so that its terms will be at once a better description and a better explanation of the facts. Better, that is to say, than realism's account of them. To quote Professor Broad again, any alternative hypothesis about the real will have to rest its probability entirely on its ability to explain the perceived. The implication being that you cannot do this in terms of perception. The idealist's contention is that you cannot do this by leaving perception out. We have seen what difficulties and contradictions arise from the realist theory of unminded space-time, unminded categories, unminded objects and events, and from the theory of the real counterpart. We found that the facts could be so restated in terms of consciousness as to avoid these difficulties and contradictions, and that, so far, idealism offered a better description and explanation. Yet it must have remained apparent that idealism has at least two sides open to attack. One, its alleged fundamental assumption that being and being known are the same. And again, the relation of mind to its body, the plain fact that consciousness appears to be dependent on nerves and cerebral cortex. The first line of attack is based on the self-evidence of the contrary. Being and being known are not the same. The processes of the cosmos are not the processes of thought, and you have not explained anything when you have said that somebody knows it, not even when you have said that God knows it. I shall take up this objection last, for the defense will rest mainly on the distinction between primary and secondary consciousness, which will be dealt with in the two following chapters. Meanwhile, it must be admitted that the crux for idealism is the relation between mind and body. Section 2. The crux. Idealism assumes that all objects of perception, together with their spaces and their times, are the content of consciousness and dependent on it. Now the body is an object of consciousness. To idealism, it is a content of consciousness and dependent on it. But in actual experience, consciousness appears as dependent on the body. No sense organ, no sensum, no cerebral cortex, no thought. In recent experiments made by Dr. Head, the correspondence has been found to be so close that certain discriminations between sensa, between degrees in the same kind of sensum, heat, cold, pain, intensities of colour and sound, taste and smell, certain rejections and selections, which we might suppose to be the work of consciousness, are in reality performed very efficiently by the sensory nerves themselves. They have picked out their own sensa even before their junction at the synapses. Similarly, the synthesis of sensations has been completed at the synapses before there is any question of the cerebral cortex and perception. For all these operations, the help of consciousness is not needed. The appropriate nervous apparatus, with its up and down lines and its junctions, is at once a transport system, a sorting house and clearing station of sensations, before ever the terminus of the cortex has been reached. The work of consciousness has been done for it. Everything has been accounted for except consciousness itself. It has nothing to do but take a back seat and look on at the spectacle provided for it by the sense organs. At first sight, there is something very staggering in this discovery of Dr. Head's. And yet it is no more than might be expected once you have recognized that there is correspondence between our sensations and the neural processes in our bodies. The correspondence was once thought to be general. It is found to be particular, to hold good of the minutest differences, that is all. There is no more difficulty for idealism in admitting a special neural process for a special intensity of heat or pain, than in admitting different neural processes for sound and colour. The trouble is having to admit a correspondence at all, if that correspondence is to be interpreted as causal connection. If consciousness of things is caused by neural process, then consciousness is dependent on neural process, and things cannot be dependent on consciousness. And if consciousness simply looks on at an outside spectacle, it will not matter to it a rap whether that spectacle is provided by neural processes, by the direct behaviour of the things, or by the behaviour of the things and neural processes combined. So that at first sight the realist seems safe, and the idealist very badly hit. But if the objection is to hurt, it must assume not only that the correspondence is a causal one, but that the idealist supposes the dependence of content upon consciousness to be a causal dependence too, when the idealist position will be this: consciousness is an effect whose cause is change in a body whose cause is consciousness. Thus we have a vicious circle. Mind is both the cause and the effect of its own body. Now the consciousness we are considering as linked up with bodily processes is a purely finite consciousness, a consciousness limited to a certain kind and order of experience in which bodily states play an exceedingly important part. That experience, therefore, will include bodily states as part of the content of consciousness. Idealism regards this role of the body as played within mind in the mind's own theatre of space and time. It may even regard the body as being built up cell by cell by the psyche for its own purposes according to its need. But, in the first place, it does not regard the finite self as the ultimate cause of its own consciousness. To idealism, the body is nothing but a complex of sensa, like other sensa in finite consciousness. But finite consciousness itself is not the cause of its appearance there. And if there is no causal dependence of the body on finite consciousness, there is no vicious circle. But neither is the body the cause of consciousness. On any theory, it is not possible to show any causal connection between the sensa and the motions of external molecules, or between neural processes inside the body and the sensum or percept outside it, or between percept and perceiving subject, much less between molecules and mind. Dr. Head's experiments still leave it clear, as he tells us plainly, that the act of sensing is not neural but psychic. What is more, neither external molecular motion nor neural processes, and these are all the physical factors which can conceivably be concerned in the result, are ever in consciousness at all. So that even if a causal connection existed one way or other, finite consciousness is not being invited to swallow up its own origin, or serve both as the cause and the effect of itself. And the crux of idealism reduces itself to this. The sense organs and their neural processes are in the body, which is in space-time, which is in consciousness. Yet their presence or their absence makes such a difference to consciousness that without them consciousness as we know it cannot be. Can idealism describe or explain this relation in terms which will not do violence either to itself or to the facts? The problem is still difficult enough in all conscience, even if much of the difficulty disappears when it is agreed that the relation is not causal. The theory of psychophysical parallelism expressly states that the relation is not causal, that there is no bridge from the one parallel line to the other. It leaves its parallels running till the death of the neural processes ends the parallelism for good and all. If we do not adopt parallelism, and there are grave metaphysical objections, and some psychophysical ones, to that course, we must look for the cause of the correspondence elsewhere than in the mind alone or the body alone. And if we call in causality, we are committed to that total configuration of the universe, the system of all-embracing relations for which we found ultimate consciousness to be the only adequate expression. The position of idealism, then, is that all objects and events that do not exist in finite consciousness exist in ultimate consciousness, of which finite consciousness is a part. Spatio-temporal objects and events, which are not known in the space-time of finite consciousness, are known in the space-time of ultimate consciousness. Molecular motions and neural processes are such events. Therefore, when the idealist agrees that molecular motions and neural processes make a difference to the content of a finite consciousness, such that without them there would not be any finite consciousness at all, what he means is that the content of ultimate consciousness makes a difference to the content of finite consciousness, or even to finite consciousness itself. Finite mind has not complete control over its own consciousness. If it is to be conscious of its body must be in its consciousness like any other content. But its consciousness and its body are also in ultimate consciousness, as parts within the whole, and ultimate consciousness has control over its parts, so that they exist in a relation of dependence on the whole. And this is the solution of the dilemma we encountered in Chapter 3, in considering the status of the real object of perception. If we deny its independence, we shall have to admit between the whole and its parts a temporal cleavage, fatal to their spatial integrity. That is to say, the parts, for example each ellipsoid, will exist in dependence on a partial perception at a time previous to the existence of the combination, the whole. That is, supposing the whole to exist in our consciousness only after we have combined the parts. But if the whole exists already combined in the ultimate consciousness which idealism assumes, this particular dilemma will not arise. We talk about the dependence of mind on body, but we now see what the real relation of dependence is. It is one that, without doing violence to a single fact, leaves idealism fairly in possession of the field. This is not saying that ultimate consciousness exists, only that, if it did exist, it would provide a reasonable solution of an otherwise hopeless problem. For the problem is hopeless for realism too. There has been and will be so much unavoidable reiteration in this argument that I will not repeat what I have already said on this score. Professor Alexander is no doubt right when he says, quote, "If colour were, as it is alleged to be, the work of mind, we should have the unintelligible result that a set of vibrations is seen not as a set of vibrations, but as colour." End quote. But supposing a set of vibrations to mean the movement of bodies in the space-time of ultimate consciousness, it will be itself the work of mind, and the mental result, colour, will not be unintelligible. If it is, I do not see what realism is to make of its own non-mental vibrations and non-mental colour. And I do not see how molecular motions inside the body can set up a sensum in space outside it. Nor yet, supposing the sensum to be there already, full-blown and independent, how they can cause the mind to be conscious of it. And if, as Professor Alexander says, the mind is the neural process, then it is inside the body, and I cannot see how it can be conscious of the sensum outside, when the sensum is not the molecular motions and the mind is not conscious of them anyhow. You may say the sensory nerve endings are not inside the body. They are at the periphery, in direct contact with the outside molecules. They receive the messages of the sensa. But if the neural processes are the messages, or the continuation of the messages in neural terms, and the mind is the neural process, how on earth is it to know what they stand for, what it stands for itself? If they stand for anything, they stand for it. The mind is conscious, and the neural processes are not its consciousness. They are molecular motions, the very thing that consciousness is not, and that the sensa are not. The realist may say that the same thing applies to the idealist assumption. If consciousness and its content are identical, if the mind is the sensa, how can it know what they stand for? The obvious answer to that is they needn't stand for anything but what they are, the content of consciousness. What may be behind them, what they conceivably may stand for in ultimate consciousness, is precisely what the mind does not and cannot know. Again, if the inside neural molecular motions are continuations of the outside molecular motions, why is the mind not continued outside? And if they are not continuations, where is the continuity of the process which begins in matter and ends in mind? Section 3. Being and being known. But the realist's most frequent reproach against idealism is that it confuses being and being known. He is never tired of showing up the absurdities of this position. He insists rightly that to be and to be known are two very different things, and do not come into each other's categories at all. That it doesn't make a ha'porth of difference to being whether it is known or not. That quite obviously we cannot know things unless they exist, and that they do not exist because we know them, but we know them because they exist. He points out triumphantly that by far the greater part of the universe is made up of things which are even now not known, to say nothing of the vast ages of geologic time before consciousness was born on this planet. But as every word he uses in this connection makes clear that he is thinking of our consciousness alone, his triumph is no more than the cheap triumph of common sense over the lunacy of solipsism. And as nobody takes solipsism a bit more seriously than he does, all his dancing and trumpet blowing and flag waving is performed upon a corpse. His argument may even be turned against itself. The universe cannot exist in our consciousness because we are not conscious of the greater part of it. Then, supposing we were conscious of the whole universe, supposing there is a consciousness that knows everything, everything may exist in that consciousness. But the realist goes further. He maintains that, even if there were such a consciousness, the universe would not exist because it knew it. His assumption is that to be conscious of a thing is to assert its independent existence, to be conscious of the difference between it and consciousness. Knowing is an external relation between the knower and the thing known. Here are three distinct statements which the idealist may very well challenge the realist to prove. As yet, the realist has not brought forward any proof. The three statements are supposed to be self-evident or to rest upon a feeling, an intuition, an assurance given by consciousness itself. We have the word of consciousness for it. I shall return to these assumptions of realism later on. Realism, again, is within its rights when it contends that cosmic processes and processes of thought are radically different. There are irrational elements, sensa and the relations between sensa, which cannot be swept into the net of thought. As we have seen, by far the greater part of the universe is of this nature. Evolution does not proceed by a series of jumping syllogisms. The cause is not implied in the effect by way of judgment. The laws of motion are not the laws of thought. When we enlarge our knowledge by experiment and inductive reasoning, we are not creating the content of our knowledge. The great generalizations of science are discoveries and not creations. In deductive reasoning, we only enlarge our knowledge to the extent that we discover a thing to be a particular instance of a universal law. Or we lay out our general knowledge into its elements, which again we have not created but discovered. Idealism assumes that there are such things as synthetic judgments a priori. But if idealism is right, and the judgment is really a priori, it will be contained in the mind already, and there will be no synthesis. If it is synthetic, it will add something that was not there before, which consequently will not be a priori. We can only enlarge our experience empirically, and empirical knowledge is not creation, but discovery. Not one of these processes bears the remotest resemblance to any process of nature. And here again realism scores a partial victory. But it is a victory over epistemological idealism only, and it is only a partial one. To begin with, it either ignores all that idealism assumes, or it implies that ultimate consciousness works in the same way as finite consciousness, that it too acquires knowledge empirically, that it reasons, judges, and infers, that it is limited in space and time, that it discovers and does not create, it does not know the whole universe completely, it is not an all-embracing consciousness, it is not absolute, it is not ultimate, it is not any one of the things which idealism supposes it to be. We cannot blame realism for this. Idealism itself betrayed ultimate consciousness when it bestowed on it the logical forms of the only consciousness we know. We have to admit that logical idealism is in a dilemma. It cannot stand on both legs. But even logical idealism had at least one leg to stand on. For though thought is not constitutive of the whole universe, it is constitutive of a large part of it. You cannot conjure away the categories. Nor, to do realism justice, does it attempt to conjure them away or to deny their a priori character. But it does not regard these elements as a priori for us. The real, a priori elements, space, time, and the categories, are not created by the mind, but discovered. We have examined the difficulties which are involved in this view. We saw that you cannot take space-time, you cannot take the categories apart from mind, even from mind as we know it, and preserve their character. The contradictions which arose from the experiment were solved by restoring mind to its place in the problem. We need not go back over this ground. There is yet another difficulty. The devout idealist, in criticizing Professor Whitehead's concept of nature, somewhat confidently stated that it contained a fundamental contradiction somewhere, and that a contradiction between nature and its concept is a contradiction within the whole of reality, which is nature and thought taken together. And it may be objected that this applies equally to the contradictions of finite consciousness, which are contradictions within the whole. But this is the old problem of the finite perspectives, and we found that it was solved by correlating them with the real geometry of ultimate consciousness. But since the logical dilemmas of idealism cannot be solved in this way, I see no course for idealism but to drop its logics and fall back on the distinction between what I have called the primary block of consciousness and secondary consciousness. If it can be shown that this distinction is compatible with a true description of the facts, objections which are only damaging to epistemological idealism will not apply. There remains the gravest charge of all against idealism, that it mixes up the ratio essendi with the ratio cognoscendi, that it thinks things are because they are known. Or rather, that it pretends to think so, for realists will not admit that you could really think anything so preposterous. This is a formidable criticism, and it is one that idealists have laid themselves open to by many an ill-considered statement of their position. If I say that things are moving in space-time because I perceive them moving, I am taking the ratio cognoscendi for the ratio essendi, and I am not giving any account of things moving. On the other hand, if I say with the realist that I perceive them moving because they are moving, I am taking the ratio essendi for the ratio cognoscendi, and I am not giving any account of perception. But if I say, as I have said, unminded motion is as unthinkable as any other unminded category because of its discontinuity. If I say that consciousness, in gathering up all past and present positions and carrying them on into the future, preserves the continuity of space-time and saves motion from perishing with its perishing point instants, I am not substituting a law of thought for a law of motion, or declaring my consciousness to be the cause of which motion is the effect. I am stating the ratio essendi of the continuum, and I am giving an account of the total complex, motion and consciousness. Consciousness is the continuum because without it motion will not conceivably hold together. But it is not the continuum because I know it. The consciousness that knows in this sense is secondary consciousness. Or again, if I state the ratio cognoscendi thus, I perceive things moving because things moving are in my consciousness, I am offering a perfectly plausible reason for my perceiving them. My statement is only tautological if I refuse, as the realist refuses, to recognize the distinction between primary and secondary consciousness, between having a thing in consciousness, being aware of it, and being aware of the awareness. For by the time that I have begun to talk about my reasons for perceiving things, I am aware that I perceive them, and this awareness belongs not to the consciousness that contains, but to the consciousness that contemplates. In this little matter of the ratio, realism is only scoring one of its easy victories, over solipsism again, this time. It is clear to the very humblest intelligence that the reason why things exist is not because I perceive them existing, and that I couldn't perceive them if they didn't exist. But it is a little matter that should be cleared up once for all, if realists and idealists are not to go on arguing forever at cross purposes. Once for all, then, the sane idealist is not assigning his perception as a reason for the existence of things, or even his existence as a reason, though he may allege his belief in his existence as a reason for his belief in the existence of things. And when the argument is carried into the region where it is relevant, the region of ultimate consciousness, even there the realist does not imagine that the universe exists because God knows it. He supposes it to exist because the consciousness of God is not merely contemplative but creative, and includes his will, and the universe is the content and the outcome of that creative consciousness. It is a mode of God's existence as well as of his knowledge. The case of idealism is not summed up in the simple statement, "the being of things is to be known." That isn't allowing for the causality of God's will. The being of things is to be willed, and their appearance is to be known. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 9, Primary Consciousness. Section 1, The Distinction. Realists, with their admirable passion for precision, are always asking us to distinguish, above all to distinguish between consciousness and the object of consciousness. In turn, I invite them to distinguish between primary and secondary consciousness, to carry their passion still further and distinguish between distinctions, between the distinctions they are really making and the distinctions they think they are making, between the distinctions they can and cannot make. Now the idealist position will be, I think, secure when once the distinction between primary and secondary consciousness is made. It will then be seen that the more formidable statements of realism apply to secondary consciousness and to secondary consciousness alone, and that the idealist can make his statements good so long as he confines them to primary consciousness and gives realism its due. Until these two forms of consciousness are discriminated, realists and idealists will be arguing eternally about one when they mean the other. I am convinced not only that it is possible to make this distinction, but that it is the distinction the realist is really making when he thinks he is distinguishing between consciousness and its object. Primary consciousness is concerned with all the objects and events and relations and conditions which are immediately present in it, whether perceived or conceived, remembered, anticipated, or willed. It thus includes space and time, motion and all the other categories, all the empirical qualities of matter, all empirical quantities and intensities, all sensa, all percepts and concepts, all acts of will, all feelings, passions and emotions, when and as experienced, and all the raw material of judgment and reasoning. Primary consciousness is the whole block immediately present in consciousness, before reflection or judgment or any sort of secondary awareness has got to work on it. The realist will of course quarrel with the definition. He will say that the block is not present in consciousness, but to consciousness. He will say this because he has already made the distinction between this immediate stuff or content of consciousness and the awareness of consciousness which supervenes on it. And because this secondary awareness is of consciousness and its content, primary consciousness being indistinguishable from content, and because it is distinguishable from primary consciousness, it seems to the realist who is confusing the two consciousnesses that consciousness can be distinguished from its content. Ask the first realist you meet if he can distinguish between his primary and his secondary consciousness. If he says he cannot, it will be clear that he has never attended to what happens when he is conscious. His secondary consciousness had been so busy philosophizing that it does not know what its primary consciousness is doing. Yet until the secondary act of reflection has taken place, it is impossible to shave off the thinnest slice of pure consciousness from the primary block, so entirely is it one with its object. Object and consciousness are given whole in one indivisible act or state. This is true even of casual and comparatively shallow perceptions. But when consciousness is most intense, when its content is most vivid, when consciousness has reached saturation point, its identity with its object is absolute. It is then impossible to divide what consciousness has joined. Yet it is at this point that primary consciousness is the intensest affirmation of the object's existence. There is no reason why this should be so if realism is true. It holds good not only of very near and diffused objects, such as tastes and smells, but of objects in perspective and of sounds. These are facts which anybody can verify for himself by simply concentrating his attention on some object. Think, first of all, of some overpowering sensation or perception. When you see a flash of lightning, or hear the firing of two batteries, or feel the stab of toothache, how clearly do you distinguish between consciousness and its object? And in what terms are you going to describe the difference? You can refer the flash to its course in the sky, the firing to the French and German positions, and your pain to your tooth. But the sky and the positions and your tooth are all parts of the field of primary consciousness. And when once you start deliberately referring, secondary consciousness has set in. Where in the overpowering moment is your distinction between consciousness and the flash, the shellfire, or the pain? If realism were true, you would expect the very opposite results. The more intense, the more vivid, the more stupendous the object, the easier it ought to be to distinguish it from your consciousness of it, if realism were true. Or consider the profound contemplation of some beautiful thing, or of some enthralling idea. Or take ordinary everyday perception, or ordinary everyday thinking in its first innocence. At whatever stage discrimination comes, it comes too late to separate this pure primary consciousness from its object. The razor blade of analytic thought can only get in between it and the secondary act. It can, that is to say, only distinguish between consciousness and consciousness. Because this distinction can be made, realists have jumped to the conclusion that the distinction between consciousness and its object can be made. Because the distinction is complete, and secondary consciousness as mere awareness of awareness is a very narrow margin, and a blank transparency at that. It has seemed possible to them to regard consciousness itself as a very narrow margin, and to describe it in terms which imply that it is nothing but a blank transparency. And because the relation of consciousness to consciousness is a relation of mere assenting compresence without content, it has seemed possible to Professor Alexander to define the relation of consciousness to its object as a relation of compresence of precisely the same kind that obtains between the table and the floor. The sameness is very far from perfect, seeing that the table and the floor have each a character, while the consciousness of realism has none. Let us look more closely at these relations. Take the simple case of seeing a tree. Professor Alexander says, quote, "I am aware of my awareness as I strike a stroke or wave a farewell. My awareness and my being aware of it are identical. I experience the tree as I strike a man or wave a flag." End quote. If he admits that my awareness and my being aware of it are identical, which they are not, he admits that consciousness and the object of it can be, so far, identical. My experience of a tree is my awareness of the tree. Quite obviously, mere awareness is awareness, and it is not a tree. Awareness of awareness has no content but awareness, and in this logical sense the two are identical. They are, that is to say, identical in essence but not in existence, for the two awarenesses are numerically distinct. Again, tree has a different logical essence from mere awareness, awareness that can serve in different contexts. The question is, has it a numerically distinct existence from awareness of tree? The realist argument requires not only that the object should have this existence numerically distinct from awareness, but that awareness and awareness of awareness should be identical existences, which they are not. Professor Alexander says that they are identical, presumably because their logical content is identical. And he says that awareness of tree is different from tree, presumably because their logical essence is different. It seems to me that he is thus confusing between essence and existence. The idealist takes a twofold opposite view of these relations. Unlike Professor Alexander, he distinguishes between awareness and awareness of awareness, on the grounds that you are here dealing with two numerically distinct states or acts of consciousness, with what I call primary consciousness on the one hand and secondary consciousness on the other. And he refuses to distinguish between tree and awareness of tree on the grounds that you have here one act and one content, which together are one existent, one indivisible state of consciousness. That is to say, he treats the conjunction of, which realists make such a fuss about, not as disjunctive separating consciousness from its content, but as descriptive, qualifying consciousness as consciousness of tree. Consciousness of tree expresses the relation from the knowing side. The real or ontological relation would be expressed by tree of consciousness, a term which, so far as I know, no idealist has yet had the courage to adopt. The trouble is that it is not easy to define consciousness without begging either the idealist or the realist position. Professor Alexander says it is, quote, "another general name for acts of mind, which in their relation to other existences are said to be conscious of them as their objects." End quote. This definition is viciously circular, besides begging the question of the nature of consciousness. Consciousness may be a state and not an act. I might define it as the presence of any content within the mind, leaving unstated the nature of the content and the possible existence of any corresponding object outside. This definition is open to the objection that it leaves out the distinctive character of consciousness. Yet if I define it as awareness of presence or awareness of content, I am defining it by itself, with a subtle suggestion of discrimination thrown in. Whereas clearly the presence or absence of consciousness is precisely the presence or absence of content, whether content or its corresponding object is or is not present in the absence of consciousness. And there is trouble with the very terms themselves. I have been using the term consciousness as interchangeable with awareness. And I notice that realists are fond of saying awareness when they mean consciousness, where idealists say consciousness and mean it. It seems to me that this gives them a slightly unfair advantage in their argument, so far as awareness implies that supervening stage of discrimination, which, I believe, is not to be found in primary consciousness taken in its innocence. That is to say, by substituting awareness for consciousness, when we are talking about consciousness pure and simple, the realist is helping himself to the very discrimination which is in dispute. Therefore, I prefer the less controversial term, and if the realist chooses to say I am taking refuge in vagueness, he may. I do not think I am taking refuge, and I am perfectly willing to talk about perceiving, feeling, sensing, or, if he likes, sense-awareness, while contending stiffly that, where these states can be said to be distinguishable from their content, we are dealing with secondary and not primary consciousness. Professor Alexander considers that the idealist position is based on a false inference from the fact that the mind can select the objects of its special attention. Quote, "This selectiveness of the mind induces the belief that objects of mind are made by it, so that they would not be except for the mind." End quote. Is this really the basis of idealism? The belief is surely due to the fact not that the mind selects, for it only selects from among objects already in consciousness, but that it does not and cannot distinguish between object and consciousness in the primary block. Professor Alexander says that his experience declares the distinct existence of the object as something non-mental. If by experience he means his primary consciousness, it declares nothing of the sort. It declares only the existence of the object. Even secondary consciousness, intervening, declares no distinction between primary consciousness and its content. Neither does it commit itself to any statement as to the character of the object as non-mental. That is an assumption of speculative philosophers, a kind of tertiary consciousness. If common sense also assumes it, this does not mean that common sense does or can distinguish between primary consciousness and its object, but that it can and does distinguish between secondary or tertiary and primary consciousness, and between objects with a definite position in space and time and the self incarnate in a definite organism with a definite position in space and time. Common sense, if it thinks at all, thinks that it distinguishes between consciousness and its content in the primary block, because it falsely refers to the primary block the only distinctions it can and does make. So when Professor Alexander says the distinct existence of my object from my mind is attested by experience itself, we can only ask him by what experience, or by experience at what stage. He says it is a truth which a man need only open his eyes to see, whereas it seems to me rather an assumption, true or false, which a man is more likely to make with his eyes shut. When I open my eyes I see a field of yellow charlock, very bright in the sunshine, and beyond it a line of trees, and beyond the trees a steep range of many-coloured fields, and beyond the fields a very pale blue sky with shreds of white cloud drifting across it. It is not until there is a definite click in my consciousness, and I am conscious of my consciousness, that I can distinguish between it and these things. And this, I maintain, is a distinction between consciousness and consciousness, and not, as the realist assumes, between consciousness and things. That distinction is never given along with my perceptions in the primary block. I can only make it on reflection, by deliberately inserting the analytic blade between the superconsciousness and the original block. But the consciousness I thus separate off is a blank without form or quality or quantity. It is as near being a non-entity as anything can be which is the subject of intelligible propositions. The distinction is made within consciousness, and I am conscious of it as made and not given. The realist's error, as I take it, arises from his assumption that objective content can only be given to consciousness by objects existing apart from it in an external field. Professor Alexander's distinction between consciousness and objects of consciousness appears again as the distinction between what he calls enjoyment and what he calls contemplation. The mind enjoys itself and contemplates its objects. It is never an object of contemplation to itself. And he says that if you fail, quote, to find in your experiencing the act of experiencing the enjoyment, but find only the object and nothing else, the reason is that you are seeking for the enjoyed as if it were the object contemplated. End quote. To assure yourself of the compresence of the non-mental object with the enjoyed mind, you must, quote, seek for the enjoyment as something which you mind or live through, and which you are, and beginning with the acts highest in the scale, like willing or desiring, where the enjoyed act is palpable, descend in the scale through constructive imagination to remembering, perceiving, and at last to bare sensing of a sensum, where the enjoying act is least distinct. End quote. Where, in other words, the distinction between consciousness and its object is least perceptible. So that this affair of distinguishing is by no means the simple, self-evident, and immediate thing it was assumed to be, let alone that it reveals the fact, which should be disconcerting to the realist, that in willing and desiring at any rate, the enjoyed act is palpable. You might as well say at once it is contemplated as much as the sensum is, so that mind can become on occasion its own object. Further, on this view, the relation of knower to thing known is a relation of compresence. The self-enjoying mind and the contemplated object are together. How is this relation experienced? Professor Alexander says this question is put from the point of view of the being which has the experiencing, that is, the mind, and that therefore the relation is enjoyed, not contemplated. It is a subjective relation, a relation without reality in the external world. Therefore, on the realist hypothesis, we have no guarantee that the assumption of this relation is a true one, and it is the assumption on which realism rests. It seems to me that this is serious for the realist. Section 2. The naive confusion. If Professor Alexander's definition of the relation of consciousness to its object is peculiar, it is none the less the necessary and logical outcome of his theory of space-time. Space and time have more to do with realism than even appears in Professor Alexander's philosophy, more than realists would care to admit when it is fairly put to them. If you tell a realist that when he thinks he is distinguishing between his mind and its object, he is really distinguishing between the object and his body, he will probably ask you what on earth you mean, and protest that he is doing nothing of the sort. Yet it was precisely on this confusion that Professor Santayana's biological proof of realism was based. And it is partly on this confusion that the plain man's naive realism is based. The plain man will have to get out of his skin before he can see that the distance between his body and the church steeple is not a distance between the steeple and his mind. All the actions and reactions of his body in relation to things external to it confirm him in this confusion. He may have just sufficient discrimination to know that when, if ever, he says to himself, "I am conscious that I am conscious of that tree," the tree has nothing to do with this secondary consciousness. But since, like a realist philosopher, he has already mistaken his primary for his secondary consciousness, it is no wonder if he thinks it has nothing to do with the tree. Section 3. The unperceived reality and the crucial relation. But realism, naive or new, critical or spatio-temporal, is only partly based on these confusions and misplaced discriminations. The plain man and the philosopher can both point to one indubitable fact that apparently supports them. Objects exist when we are not conscious of them. But to prove that they must exist without some consciousness, We should have to perform an operation on the universe, extract all the consciousness in it down to the last spark of ultimate consciousness, and see how many objects would be left. The indubitable fact is only damaging to a theory which assumes that there is no consciousness in the universe but our own. There are realities, then, which are not objects of perception or any primary consciousness. But of these realities which are not objects of perception, some may be objects of scientific knowledge, and some may be objects of metaphysical speculation. There may be other realities which are neither objects of perception nor objects of scientific knowledge, nor objects of metaphysical speculation, and of these nothing can be said. The questions which concern us here are two. Number one, what is the status of the reality which is not an object of perception but an object of science? Number two, what is the status of scientific knowledge? Is it primary or secondary? Both questions belong properly to the following chapter on secondary consciousness. But as the unperceived reality has bearings on the objects of primary consciousness, it had better be considered here. It is impossible to separate primary from secondary consciousness altogether, or both from ultimate consciousness, though I am afraid the double treatment will entail much tiresome overlapping and repetition. What is the status of the reality which is not an object of perception? To use Professor Broad's example, a light wave or an electron. Neither is an object of possible perception, nor yet of primary conception or of any direct awareness, but each is an object of scientific contemplation, an object, that is to say, of consciousness in a sense, since it is before consciousness. It is, if you like, a purely hypothetical entity, called in to account for a certain ascertainable behaviour of light or the motions of molecules. As regards reality, it is in a very different position from the mere subject of a proposition. But it does not belong to that primary block of consciousness which is all that idealism dare affirm to be indistinguishable from its object. It is clear that we can distinguish between the object of scientific observation and the kind of consciousness concerned with it. And it may certainly be said to exist unperceived and to be real in this sense, which is Professor Broad's sense of reality. Perhaps it never can exist as an object of any possible perception. It is even possible that it may not exist at all, and that some other entity is responsible for the behaviour it was called in to account for. It stands or falls as a reality by its ability to account for perceived events. Thus it is impossible to separate it altogether from the context of perceived events. It only exists in a certain definite relation to objects perceived, objects that we have agreed on the idealist theory to have no existence when they are not perceived. The crucial questions then are, number one, is that relation such as to compel us to revise our theory and to refer our perceived objects to the category of objects that exist unperceived? Number two, or is it such as to preserve their seat in the primary block of consciousness intact? Number three, is it such as to admit of our referring the whole system of unperceived realities themselves to a possible larger system of consciousness? To fulfill the requirements of number one, it is not enough that the relations of the unperceived to the perceived object should be such that without them there would be no perception and no object perceived. For it might very well be that the behaviour of the unperceived entities is merely the spark that fires the train of perception. The perceived objects springing up in one indivisible generative mental act. It might be that the primary block of consciousness is the subject's response to the external stimulus. The perceived object must be shown arising directly from the stimulus without the collaboration of the mind. And this cannot be shown. It is not possible to show any direct causal connection between, for example, light waves of a certain length and rate of vibration and the sensum blue. Between the movements of light waves and neural molecular movement, if you like, But what are you to say of the leap from vibrations to blue? What relation have we here? Well, idealism is bound to admit that we have a relation such that without it there would be no perceived object. No perceived object if the path of the vibration is blocked. No sensum blue if either cortex or optic nerve is destroyed or injured. There is an invariable sequence between change in the cortex and the emergence of blue. How do we know that the sequence is a causal one, in the sense that it is a one-line sequence going straight from stimulus to cortex, and from cortex to sensum, without the reaction of the subject? That the relation is such as to land the sensum outside, not inside, consciousness? We have no reason to suppose that what we have here is nothing but sequence, a simple linear relation or nerve change to sensum, and not correlation of nerve change relation to subject with subject change relation to sensum. As long as the role of the subject remains uncancelled, we are under no compulsion to hand over our perceived objects to the system of molecular motions. 2. If these objects are to be ousted from their seat in the primary block of consciousness, we must be able to conceive motion not only as continuous throughout the system of extended matter, but as continuous throughout the sensum blue, in such a way that blue can be shown to be nothing but a mode or equivalent of motion. Now at first sight, so close is the correspondence between colours and rates of molecular motion that it looks as if this transformation really could be shown. A certain equivalence is undeniably there. But can it be said that blue is nothing but a mode or an equivalent? Can we make the jump from rates of vibration which are purely quantitative to the unique pure quality of blue? Must we not rather say that rates of vibration act only within the closed system of the nerves and cerebral cortex, that they determine the route to be travelled by molecular discharges, but are powerless in themselves to determine what happens beyond the neural terminus, to create that incomparable, serenely static, and irreducible blueness of blue? If we are to distinguish, let us begin by discriminating between quantities and qualities, between events which are motions and objects which are not. Apparently the sensum is sustained in the field of consciousness by continual fresh impulses of matter in motion in the field outside it. At the same time, as far as we know, each successive impact ceases with the entrance of the sensa on the field of consciousness, and we are in the presence of a new order of events. Something has happened here which is not quite transparent. What has become of the original molecular motion? Of all those molecular motions which, mind you, are being incessantly renewed? Supposing the organism to be in a state of rest, and consciousness engaged peacefully in sustained contemplation of its sensa, are we to understand that the motions are discharging into consciousness in the form of sensa? This seems inconceivable, since neither consciousness nor its sensa are modes or any physical equivalent of motion. If we are to say that they are modes of energy, of which motion is itself a mode, we have, I think, got a fairly intelligible concept. But it is one which compels us to revise our concept of energy and regard it as anything but a physical thing. It is, I submit, inconceivable that energy on the physical level of molecular motion should thus transform itself into perceptions and objects perceived. Still there is correspondence, and the idealist may very fairly be asked what he is going to do about it. There is that awkward matter of the cerebral cortex which, if it does not rule the subject out, does at any rate involve its action in a relation of apparent dependence upon stimulus. What does idealism make of the relation? 3. Is the relation such as to admit of our referring the whole system of unperceived objects to a possible larger system of consciousness? Is the whole system of matter in motion a closed system outside all consciousness? Or does it call for more and more consciousness to sustain it? I think these questions were answered, as far as idealism can answer them, in the foregoing chapters on Space-Time, on the categories, and on the correlations of perspectives. According to the conclusions we have already reached, consciousness with all its sensa is responding not to matter in motion, but to consciousness on some higher level, acting through matter in motion. Matter in motion is strictly an affair of minded space-time, and space-time is nothing but the creative form of higher consciousness. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 10 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 10, Secondary Consciousness. Section 1, The Work of Mind. As primary consciousness is the whole block of experience, as it stands from moment to moment before the mind has got to work on it, so secondary consciousness is that work of the mind. It is the first act which discriminates consciousness from consciousness, but it is not responsible for the original synthesis or the original discrimination of objects in the block. Neither is it that act of concentrated attention in which the existence of the object is intensely realized. That act we found to be purely primary and inexplicable on the realist view, for it is at that point of indissoluble union that consciousness most plainly asserts the existence of its object. But it, unlike secondary consciousness, cannot assert that existence as independent of itself. It must be distinctly understood that secondary consciousness, in declaring its object independent of itself, is not declaring it independent of the primary consciousness in which it is found embedded. Once more, the distinction which secondary consciousness draws is not a distinction between consciousness and its object, but between consciousness and consciousness. Secondary consciousness is always the work of the mind on the primary content, the play of the mind round about its object. It has its own concentration on its object in the form of secondary attention. It is comprehensive. It includes observation, reflection, and meditation, judgment, inference, and every form of reasoning, syllogistic or empirical, believing, disbelieving, and opining, imagining, but not remembering, anticipating, dreaming, or daydreaming, which are primary. Its object may be primary consciousness itself, with all its content, percepts or concepts. The percept or concept directly contemplated is the internal object of primary consciousness. The percept or concept used is the external object of secondary consciousness. Or secondary consciousness may be its own object. It may turn on itself and analyze its own work. At its highest it is knowing, as distinguished from simply being conscious. It is all logic and all scientific knowledge, and as such its objects may be realities unperceived. The whole region of discovery, of objects found and not created, belongs to secondary consciousness. Primary consciousness never lies because it never judges. Secondary consciousness is the source of all error. It bears the burden of all our falsehoods and our blunders. But, combined with primary consciousness, which is experience, it is the source of all truth, the mother of all science and all philosophy, so far as philosophy is truth. Section 2. Relation of primary and secondary consciousness. Its relation to primary consciousness will thus be a real relation of consciousness to its object, and its distinction from primary consciousness will rest not only on its own unsupported assurance, but on the evidence of its work. It does what primary consciousness cannot do. By acts of secondary attention it can, within limits, select or reject, arrange and rearrange the content of the primary block. It can, working together with the will, arrest or inhibit its own attention. It finds and does not make the objects of memory, but it has a certain limited power over remembrance. It is secondary consciousness that drags up from the depths of memory certain past things for primary consciousness to contemplate. It works here, too, together with the will, but it has no control over involuntary memory or involuntary attention. As regards space-time, it is not responsible for personal perspectives and their correlations, but it is aware of them as personal, and primary consciousness is not. Here again, it can fix attention on one perspective to the exclusion of another. Within very strict limits it can select, reject, inhibit, working hand in hand with the will. The will, therefore, falls within secondary consciousness, or primary, according to whether its acts are premeditated or unpremeditated, deliberate or instantly decisive. Our experience of voluntary and involuntary acts, of acts instantaneous or deliberate, are sometimes so inextricably mixed that it is hard to disentangle primary from secondary consciousness here. But the act accomplished is always part of the content of primary consciousness, though the deliberations that led up to it may be secondary. Again, all perception is involuntary, and all the objects of imagination, or at least their elements, have at one time or other been perceived, but the work of imagination on them is secondary. And when the work is accomplished, the result may become a content of primary consciousness. On the other hand, the objects of primary perception or conception may become the objects of secondary judgment, inference, or reasoning. Conversely, the objects of scientific discovery, which is secondary, when found, become objects of primary consciousness, conceptual or otherwise. The electron as a scientific object exists unperceived. As a concept, it may be contemplated primarily. Radium, before it is discovered, acts as a secondary concept, a hypothesis. Discovered, it becomes a primary percept. And primary and secondary consciousness work together in all creative art, but the finished work of art, the creation, becomes the object of primary consciousness. Thus the two play into each other's hands, but there is no actual point in the game at which they resist separation. Section 3. Realism and Idealism. The advantage of this separation is that it enables us to admit the truth of realism's most important statements in their proper place. Applied to secondary consciousness, every objection that realism brings against consciousness itself holds good. Secondary consciousness is precisely that consciousness which can be distinguished from its object, that knowing which is not being, that work or play of the mind which Professor Whitehead will not allow to interfere with the concept of nature, that side of mind which it is so irrelevant to drag in. It is all those processes of thought which are not cosmic processes, which visibly do nothing to sustain the universe. It is thought as realism would have it, separated from things. And it is as clearly dependent on primary consciousness as realism says consciousness should be on its object. It plays into realism's hands in attesting the existence of realities unperceived. All idealistic logics and epistemologies belong to it. It is idealism's scapegoat that bears the burden of its sins, the brunt of realism's attack. Against this attack, primary consciousness is secure, and every statement that new idealism makes about consciousness will be true of it. It is nothing but the cosmos of all experience as it exists from moment to moment, rolling on. For one primary block is not separable from the next. They are continuous, with the peculiar continuity which consciousness confers. It is all space-time as experienced from moment to moment. In it all matter in motion and all life have their own behaviour and their own laws, existing in perfect independence on secondary consciousness, which can discover them but not create. Both inside the block and outside it, the universe goes on its own way, as if neither idealism nor realism had ever been. Once admit that primary and secondary consciousness are, and are separable, two distinct though related acts of the undivided self, and you can afford to let both consciousness and the cosmos rip. Holding fast by the distinction, you can have all the idealism and all the realism you want. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 11 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 11, Ultimate Consciousness. Section 1. Necessity of Ultimate Consciousness. As secondary consciousness is dependent on primary consciousness, so both are dependent on ultimate consciousness. Some way back, in considering Professor Whitehead's concept of nature, we were faced with the problem of object and events. We found that the object had this twofold, contradictory character, that it is the one permanent thing in the flux of events which change it while they do not change. We asked whether the truth might not be that events as distinguished from objects, space as distinguished from time, reality as distinguished from appearance, and nature as distinguished from thought, are all abstractions from the unity of an all-embracing self. Considerations of space-time forced us to the same conclusion. We found that physical space-time and mental space-time are one and the same. Indeed, Professor Alexander says they are the same. If so, by what right do you separate the act of knowing from the object known? The primal stuff of nature is the primal mind stuff. All evolution is an unfolding and elaboration of the primal space-time stuff, therefore of the primal mind stuff. The realist really cannot make good his assumption of the extended nature of mind, and if he could it wouldn't help him. For on his own showing mind might know extension without being it. But once admit that mind processes and mind stuff are spatio-temporal, and you have done away with the distinction between mind and nature. There is then no reason why you should deny that mind contributes to its own experience, or that the whole of experience, the whole known universe, is mind product, mind stuff, and mind process. In the subject-object relation, instead of an unintelligible communion of incompatibles, you will have a mind-to-mind contact generating the universe. The universe will be just as much subject-object as it is space-time. In fact, this will be the more fundamental relation of the two. Space and time will be what Kant said they were, the a priori form of consciousness, its universal and fundamental form. All the same, we cannot think of the subject-object relation as preceding space-time, for this precedence would have to be in time, and it would presuppose an object existing out of space. We have to think of space-time as subsisting in and through the subject-object relation. Objections are only valid if we are in a position to deny that there is any self in the universe higher than ourselves and more comprehensive than space-time. This is, of course, the flight to God, but I do not see how it is to be avoided. Realists talk as if the idealist flew to God to stop a gap in a bad argument, whereas the proper use of a God is to stop the gaps between consciousness and nature, and between nature and himself, much as M. Bergson uses time to stop space with. What are we to do, unless we either fling up the problem as insoluble, or agree with Professor Alexander that the entire universe, and Deity with it, can be evolved out of the correlations of pure space-time? We saw the breakdown of the attempt to establish all-embracing relations within the bare concept of nature. One by one, all our mindless categories betrayed us. And as we can conceive no superior continuous unity but that of conscious selfhood, we can but place reality under the highest category we know. Even the finite selves give continuous unity as far as they go, though their consciousness is closed to the greater part of reality. Realism says this dragging in of God is entirely unjustifiable. We are not to help ourselves to anything that is not on the table. But in the end, it has to help itself to Deity. Why not in the beginning, then, when Deity would do it some good? Because Professor Alexander says you can think away everything but space-time. So he thinks away everything and starts with bare space-time. Well, not bare, packed with point instants. If you ask him what next, what can you get out of that, he says everything in time if you give it time enough, and in space if you give it space enough. Everything happens, and he is not obliged to account for its happening. He is not concerned with the implications of its happening. This attitude is entirely cynical. If it comes to thinking, can you think away thought? And can you think the universe out of nothing but space-time? Space-time holds everything together. But what holds space-time together? Can they be mutually assuming and supporting? By thinking of time as pure succession, can you deduce space as its continuity? By thinking of space as coexistence, can you deduce time as its division? How does Professor Alexander arrive at his masterly correlations? By taking space and time together as we find them in conscious experience, one instant of time covering many points in space, one point in space enduring through many times. So that space is the witness to past time and the guarantee of the future. Every concrete event is made up of such endurance and such continuity. But the two do not logically assume and support one another. They have not their ground in one another. You cannot pass from one to the other, and you can very easily think away their correlation. And, since they are only experienced in correlation, that is as good as thinking away space and time. If they are mutually supporting, in the sense that they prop each other up against otherwise inevitable collapse, are they trustworthy elements on which to build up the fabric of the world? Once more, what holds them together? The nature of the universe that springs from them, or the nature of the mind that thinks them that way? Their synthesis is their correlation. It is said that all relations of space-time are times and spaces. But this supreme correlation of objects and events in space-time is not spatial or temporal. It is qualitative. It is out of space and time. It is only to be conceived sub specie aeternitas. It can only subsist in the unity of a spiritual being which is neither time nor space. Space-time, empty of everything but point instants, can generate nothing but more and more empty space-time. Not even that without some creative energy behind it. If you say that energy presupposes space-time, you can only mean that it requires space-time to deploy in and cannot be thought of without it. If all energy is physical energy, then space-time will certainly have to exist before it can energize. You will have to conceive of space-time as generating energy, bursting into energy by a sort of spontaneous combustion, moving before there are bodies to move, generating matter in motion. Space-time, packed with all the properties and behavior of matter in motion, and flowering into life, into consciousness, into Deity. Deity that never is, but always is to be, in his perpetual effort to overtake himself. Such a Deity we have seen to be neither immanent nor transcendent. Not immanent, because he is not yet, and you can never say that at any moment he is. Not transcendent, because belonging to the future, that is to say to a non-existent present, he is perpetually transcended. If space-time can thus evolve a universe, why drag in God? And, instead of dragging him in at the end, since dragged in he must be, to satisfy the religious consciousness, why not drag him in at the beginning? Assume that energy is essentially spiritual, and that God is the spiritual being of space-time, and satisfy the metaphysical consciousness as well. Surely this assumption is at least as legitimate as the other. And it gives immanent Deity a chance to emerge in life, in consciousness, in more and more perfect manifestations of itself, while preserving its inscrutable transcendence, out of space, out of time. If I may adopt Professor Alexander's splendid phrases, the universe is begotten by spirit out of space-time. Spirit spreads out the universe in its form of space. In its form of time, it sweeps all things forward to change and generation. Spirit is the unity of mind and will. Space, as pure coexistence, expresses its mind. Time, as consciousness, its will. Therefore mind and will are as indivisible as their manifestation in space-time, and like space-time, they are infinite in their being. The divided things, the divided selves, are finite, and this is their appearance, their existence. Their reality, their being, is the infinite and ultimate self, which is God. Section 2. Problems of God's knowing. In short, idealism gets on very happily with its God so long as it only thinks of him as sustaining those parts of the universe which are unperceived by us. Its troubles begin when it comes to correlate God's consciousness with ours, and ours with his, assuming that our consciousness and our will do make a difference to the universe. There is first the problem of knowledge, and there is the moral problem. Professor Broad has published somewhere a very ingenious theory of consciousness, the theory of the neutral third, which is neither mind nor matter. He suggests that mind or consciousness may be the result of the contact of matter with this unknown neutral X, and that X may survive the dissolution of the body and be stirred to fresh consciousness by fresh contacts with matter. And there is no reason why this process should not be continued indefinitely so that X may be said to be immortal. Substitute an infinite self, the ultimate spiritual substratum of matter, for Professor Broad's physical matter, and a finite self, a spiritual entity, for his X, and let consciousness, the experienced universe, be the result of their contact. The body will be not only that part of the experienced universe through which the passage from infinite to finite is made, through which contact is transmitted. It will be an insulator, inhibiting the total discharge of infinite on finite, ensuring that not all the sound, not all the light and colour, not all the impact of the universe shall beat on us at once, but only so much as a finite spirit can bear. Our growth will be in proportion to our ability to take on more and more of the infinite content of spirit, to perceive more and more, to create again within ourselves, increasingly, the relations and correlations of the universe. Our progress in science will be this creation of the universe again within us. Realism is right in denying the human subjectivity of experience, wrong in denying the spiritual nature of reality. This form of idealism at least gets over the difficulty of accounting in terms of our consciousness for the events of pre-human or pre-conscious time. The plesiosaurus will have disported himself on his Mesozoic beach in God's sight, though God had not the happy idea of evolving human minds to enjoy the spectacle of him. Before life was, the earth will have whirled, burned, cooled, upheaved and subsided in the space-time of God's consciousness. If you ask what relation there can be between God's consciousness and all that whirling, burning, cooling, heaving and subsiding, the answer is considerably more than in the subject-object relation, or in all the correlations of knowing and the known. The universe moves and pulses and has its being in the energies which are forms of God's will. It is the essence of all will that it creates. Even finite wills create new arrangements of given stuff. They bring new complexes into the world. My act in writing this sentence, even if the ideas are old, is a new act that has not occurred before, and would not have occurred without me. What idealism has always needed is some dynamic concept corresponding with the actual behaviour and relations of things. Now the blank, contentless ego of realism, the form of potential knowledge, cannot be conceived as in relation with anything, much less as correlated with the universe. There is nothing for it to do. Its acts of knowing are not acts but passive states. They are not even states. You can no longer talk about states of consciousness. But assume that I have states of consciousness. So far as they depend upon my will, my states of consciousness are perpetually bringing new and very strange things into the universe. It is all very well to say that my consciousness is part of God's consciousness, and that I see all things in God. If my consciousness is a part of his, there must be a sense in which God sees my things in me. In what way is my consciousness related to God's? There are at least 4 possible ways. You may say that my consciousness is God's consciousness, that he is conscious in me, and that is all there is in it. Or you may take my experience twice over, once as mine and once as God's. Then either God knows all the things that I know as and when I know them, or he knows them all but knows them in a different way. Or he does not know them at all. If our consciousness is God's as it stands, once for all, and is not to be taken twice over, we have all the difficulties of thoroughgoing pantheism. All our badness and our error, our obscenities and stupidities and madnesses, flourish as such in God's consciousness and his will. In us he will be incessantly doing bad things, and telling the most awful lies, as well as knowing about them. And suppose you take the same consciousness twice over, once in us and once in God. Suppose we see blue as God sees it, and because he sees it, he creating what he sees, and creating it again in us, infinite and finite, seeing together in 2 coincident acts. Every finite consciousness would see all it sees in God as God sees it, each bringing his own perspective. And we should all see the same thing because it is God's thing, his consciousness being the ground of the identity of things. This is all right for us, but how about God? Equally, he will see everything as we see it. He will still not only know and foreknow evil, he will be burdened with all our futilities and sillinesses and boredoms, the spectator of all scenes made by millions and millions of us, to say nothing of the animals, the listener to millions and millions of idiotic conversations. What a life for a God! It is preposterous that he should know all these things. It is even unlikely that he knows, say, all the European languages, as well as he apparently knows mathematics. But if he does not know them, then I know something God doesn't know. I also will things he doesn't will, and so far I have the advantage of him. Or you may say he knows our things, but knows them in a very different way from ours. How about appearances? Suppose we know nothing else. Suppose all our knowledge is relative to us, so that we never know reality, never anything as it exists in God's mind. It is possible that the finite mind may be creative in the sense that it limits, qualifies, alters, or distorts reality. Possible that when we perceive the sensum blue, it is blue to us and an unknown and unimaginable something else to God. And so on through all the primary and secondary qualities. We shall have then 2 separate universes of knowledge. So I think we must reject that theory, for at this rate all the sensuous splendor of the universe will belong only to the finite selves. If ultimate consciousness exists, it must be aware of its own play. It must know what it is doing to the finite selves. If it does not see blue, it must know somehow that blue is seen. It must sustain blue in the universe. And there will be no need to assume a divine, unblue counterpart of blue. But what the real relation of ultimate consciousness to the sensa is, we cannot tell. And these are only the problems of God's knowing. Section 3. The moral problem. Philosophers have created strange absolutes. They have seen God as the parish beadle, as the president of the ethical society, as a mathematician geometrizing eternally, as a company of snow-white categories. Sir Isaac Newton thoughtfully provided him with the comfort of a sensorium, all space, much as he provided a big hole in the door for his cat and a little one for her kitten. Other philosophers have left God very poorly off in this respect. But the last thing they will allow him to have is imagination. Professor Alexander's deity would be by far the most convincing, if only he could contrive to exist. But on the whole, philosophers have refused to see God as he is, the wild poetic genius of eternity. Hence their utter inability to account for sense data or any other irrational elements of the cosmos. Hence, if they are not idealists, their impatience with the non-moralities, the contradictions and dilemmas, the happy little turns and surprises by which he has relieved the bare monotony of space-time. After all, the universe is not a set of equations. It has all the appearances of a romantic adventure. The best of pantheism is that it does give back to God his dithyrambic and adventurous character, his undying wildness. Unfortunately, pantheism lands us in the most horrible moral mess, the identification of God with all the foolishness and badness in his universe. This God is not by any means the worst God of all, since he is also identified with goodness, and the badness and the goodness may be conceived as cancelling out somewhere in the absolute, and they have no absolute reality. The worst God of all is the God of the older Christian theology, God the Father, the creator of evil, who in his all-power and all-knowledge deliberately plans a cruel universe bristling with traps for his creatures. The older theology thought of God as spending every moment of his eternity in eavesdropping and spying on immoral man, haunting every bedroom, listening to every obscene story, and equally observant of the murderer with his bloody chopper and the child with its fingers in the jam. Absolute idealism knows nothing of this intolerable God. But the God of pantheism is not much better, so that any philosophy which can do without God is happy inasmuch as it evades the moral problem. So long as we are only bits of space-time, our backslidings will not so much matter. A bit of space-time bashing in its wife's head with the kitchen poker in a two-pair back. A bit of space-time coming drunk out of the bald-faced stag. A bit of space-time telling an improper story at its club is not so shocking to the religious consciousness as a bit of God doing all or any of these things. Somehow a bit of God telling that story seems the most incomprehensible phenomenon of all. There is, however, a fifth possibility. God may be able to know these things, but he may not choose to know them. Section 4. Free will. First of all, then, we shall have to revise our ideas of omniscience and omnipotence. Omnipotence will be simply the power to create or to be or to know everything. It need not be exercised. If God were bound to create everything he could create, to be everything he could be, to know everything he could know, he would be under the necessity of his omnipotence. He would not be free. Omnipotence, then, is omnipotentiality, not omniactuality. But he is what is actual. He is the finite selves in the universe of the finite selves. They are parts of God. Their consciousness is part of his consciousness. Their bodies are parts of God's body, which is the universe. He is everything that is, but he is not bound to be anything but what he is. This is sufficient for pantheism. And the same thing will apply to God's knowledge and foreknowledge. God could know everything, but he only knows what he wills to know. He need not listen to all those conversations. It is at least possible that man's crimes and imbecilities and falsehoods are precisely what God doesn't know, and what he doesn't know he can't foreknow and so prevent. And if he hasn't foreseen evil, then he is not responsible for it. He doesn't foresee, not because, like Professor Alexander's deity, he doesn't exist, but because he happens to exist in a different way. We cannot have it both ways, an infinite God and a finite God. It is no good giving God one set of attributes and then bestowing on him another set utterly incompatible with the first. For, if idealism is true, God's consciousness is wholly concerned with reality, reality being what exists in God's consciousness, and badness and error are essentially finite and essentially unreal. The man in error and the bad man are hallucinated. And by a bad man I mean a really bad man, a man who takes badness for granted and looks for it in the constitution of the universe and not in his own hallucinated will. You may say that human conditions are such that he hasn't a chance. But human conditions are the creations of human free will. And free will is free will. Man would not be a bit of God. He would not be a spiritual entity if his will were not to some extent free. Here again you cannot have it both ways. You cannot give man first one set of attributes and then another utterly incompatible set. If he is free in a finite world, he is free to be as bad as he chooses. It is probably better for man to fight his way towards perfection through blood and sweat and tears in freedom than to be tied to perfection with no will of his own. Better to be free to make a brute beast and devil of himself than to be the will-less slave of a deity, the sum of all perfections. Not that we are bound to exclude from God's knowledge and foreknowledge all the voluntary works and thoughts of man. God's knowledge is of reality, and of reality alone. It is absolute and perfect. But man is, after all, a spiritual being, born, like Professor Alexander's Deity, with a nisus towards perfection. There are, as we shall see, points, few and far between, or close and many, where his will and thought and passion touch reality. Let us say that whenever this happens, God is conscious of them. This is enough for absolute idealism. Section 5. Relation of finite and ultimate consciousness. So that there is yet a sixth alternative and a seventh. God may know some of our things and not others, or he may know some things in our way and some things in his own. Say that the things God only knows are realities, and the things we only know, things relative to us, are appearances. Then, if we only know our own things, we shall never know realities. But we found that in our experience of the world of space and time, our personal perspectives could be correlated with real perspectives, so that we have a certain real knowledge of things in space-time. This knowledge may not be absolute. If Professor Einstein is right, it will be purely relative, but it will be real as far as it goes, though its reality will not be ultimate. Where our knowledge is of reality on whatever level, we have literally communion with God. And this is enough for the religious consciousness. Is there any sense satisfying to the religious consciousness in which God may have communion with us? We have to distinguish further between immanent God and transcendent Godhead. It is only God in his immanence who is the finite selves and whose body is his universe. Only this God is the sun and moon, the stone and the tree, the snake and the rabbit, the tiger and the deer, the murderer and the murdered, the sinner and his sin, the drunkard and the teller of the tale. He is they, because without him they would not be. But in his universe mere existence is the least important thing. There is a scale of values, and there are higher and lower intensities of being. Not ethical values only. Any rejoicing on the part of Philistines or Puritans is premature. Not ethical values only, but every degree of perfection of every kind. Creatures low on the scale of one order may be high on the scale of another order. The lowest qualities in all orders, the creatures lowest in all qualities, exist on the extreme outside fringe of being, yet sustained by its farthest, thinnest pulsation. The highest, the perfect qualities and creatures are those nearest to the heart of God. In between, there will be entities living God's life in rising measures of intensity, as his being throbs through them with a stronger beat. In this hierarchy of values, the higher things will be the more real, because reality itself lives in them in greater fullness and richness and intensity, because they are more highly charged. Now the intolerable thing that pantheism forced on us was the destruction of all values within the being of God, the identification of God with the least valuable things in his universe. There was a hideous absurdity in the idea that God is vividly aware of our criminal lunacies and idiocies. But suppose he is not vividly aware. Suppose these things exist on a level which is far below the height of God's transcendent consciousness, and that in this sense they are comparatively unreal. Suppose the universe to be literally the body of God, and that it contains our bodies as its parts, much as our bodies contain their cells and the life of the cells. Suppose God's mind to contain our consciousness, much as our minds contain the memories and instincts of the cells. Suppose the life of persons lowest in the scale of values to correspond in God's consciousness with this organic cell life, which we are hardly conscious of. We can then imagine that God is not more conscious of that pullulating cell life that we make for him within his vast organism. Our unspiritual states will be merely subconscious states of God. On the other hand, Our spiritual states will be literally part of God's living consciousness. Our hate escapes him, but our love burns in him flame for flame. Our spiritual suffering pierces to the very heart of God. He is joined with us consciously every time that we know reality, or create beauty, or will the good. If this be so, our spiritual memories will endure in God's consciousness. All that is immortal in us will be remembered there. God will be literally our keeper. If this be so, there will be a divine unending process, the advance of God's immanent life to higher and higher forms, in which the perfection of his transcendent Godhead is manifested in time. Transcendent Godhead is what immanent God will be. What is real for God is ideal for us. What for God is foreknowledge is destiny for us. What for God is an eternal state for us is process. We ourselves, spiritual beings in a spiritual universe, are part of it. The spiritual movement of every individual, group, society, state, or nation is part of it. The religious sense discerns it as the more and more conscious coming together of God and man. The beginning is when we know ourselves and all things in God. Its end, when God knows himself in us. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 12 of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Reconstruction of Idealism. Chapter 12, Summary. Section 1, The Unsolved Problems. The foregoing argument is based on the distinction between primary and secondary consciousness. Therefore I might have been more in order if I had put chapters 9 and 10 first. But realism was so formidable an opponent that it seemed the safer course to show from the very beginning that its positions are not so impregnable as they look. And as realism has taught us the fundamental seriousness of space and time, it was necessary to examine the claims of unminded space-time before considering mind itself. We found certain glaring defects in the logics of the older idealism, and chiefly in their attempt to sum up the universe as a system of thought relations. New realism presented insurmountable difficulties in its absolutism, its theory of external relations, of consciousness without content, of memory, its identification of the thing remembered with the thing perceived. The most important realist theories of perception, Professor Broad's real counterpart and Professor Whitehead's concept of nature, raised as many problems as they solved. Critical realism betrayed the first symptoms of an uneasy consciousness, the first doubt as to the soundness of the position. But the ingenious amendments of Professors Drake, Lovejoy, Pratt, Rogers, Santayana, Sellers, and Strong, with their apparatus of images, logical essences, and mental states, added worse complications of their own. So far, realism proved powerless to guarantee the truth of its assumptions and assurances, and the traditional antinomies of unminded space and time remained as insoluble as ever. Like Professor Whitehead's event theory, Professor Alexander's theory of space-time failed to fulfill its brilliant promise of a solution. We found it impossible to reduce quality and all the categories to mindless space-time, or consciousness to compresence, or mind to its neural basis. Impossible to conjure life and consciousness and deity out of the lifeless and the unconscious. Section 2. Primary and secondary consciousness. Still, the main objection of realism to idealism held. Being and being known are not the same. A line must be drawn somewhere. The question is, where are you going to draw it? The older idealism drew no line between consciousness and the object of consciousness, between knowing and the thing known. Its reductio ad absurdum is solipsism. New realism draws the line stark between the knowing self and the whole cosmos of its knowledge, as experience, only accepting its acts, knowing, feeling, willing, and so on. Thus we have a contradiction between the self as passive and the self as active. Consciousness will have objects but no content. Self-consciousness will have neither object nor content, it will be a pure blank. The new idealism must draw the line somewhere else, between consciousness and consciousness, between primary consciousness and secondary consciousness, and not only between consciousness and consciousness, but between the processes and states of consciousness and the processes and states of things, between things before and after they come into consciousness. There is an order of cosmic happening, an order of cosmic evolution, which is not the order of our experience, of our consciousness and its evolution, not the order of our logical thinking, though when it is known, our thinking must conform to it. All this is really objective to us. It has a previous existence, and is independent of our consciousness until the moment when it comes into it. It is not entirely conditioned by our consciousness, by the mere formal act of knowing, as the older idealism supposed. Our consciousness is in a sense conditioned by it, from moment to moment, inasmuch as it carries a context which extends beyond our range in every conceivable direction. In another sense, it is conditioned by our consciousness. All of it that comes in is part of the cosmos as perceived under the forms of a finite consciousness and from a given perspective in space and time. So far from it being true that in this contact of perception with the thing perceived, the two terms of the relation are preserved in consciousness, it is precisely in this contact that they are indissolubly fused. Separation comes later in the supervening act of secondary consciousness, and it comes too late. In all this, space and time are essential, more essential than the older idealism allowed. Time and space that seem to divide the self from its object really unite them. The correlation of its personal perspective with the real space-time of God's consciousness joins up the finite self with the universe and with God. Section 3. God. With God, because there is no sanity in the idealism that conceives the world as arising in finite and terrestrial consciousness. At this rate, the great saurians would be the sustainers of the universe of their time. We are driven to assume an ultimate consciousness to sustain the universe in the absence of any other, to hold time and space together and resolve their contradictions, to unite the personal perspectives of the finite selves. Here again the realist objection held. We found that it is not enough for God to know the universe. He has to will it before it can be. It is only for God, the self immanent in the universe and transcending it, that being and knowing are the same, and this only because God's willing is itself part of his knowing. Pantheism raised intolerable moral problems. It laid on God the burden of complicity with our guilt and communion with our imbecility. A possible solution was suggested in assuming the free will of the finite selves, the distinction between immanent God and transcendent Godhead, and the existence of a scale of values marking the ascending stages of God's manifestation. This solution satisfies the religious consciousness, for human progress may be conceived as part of the manifestation, and ultimate reality is not something far off and outside us. Nothing can separate ourselves from God's self, our being from his being. Only our minds and wills are not always there with us. Yet even they have not got to wait for some state of impossible perfection. Every finding of new truth, every creation of new beauty, every victory of goodness, every flash of spiritual insight and thrill of spiritual passion is, while it lasts, a communion, here and now, with God. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix to the New Realism by May SINCLAIR. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Appendix. Number 1. Page 57. With regard to the tertiary qualities of pleasure and pain, Professor Broad maintains that the criterion of their reality is their relation to the will which seeks to remove pain and continue pleasure. Quote, I suspect that when a man says that he is immediately certain that an unfelt bodily pain cannot exist, what he means is that he is certain that this relation to the will would not exist unless he were aware of the sensible quality. This does not seem to me to imply that the sensible quality that is located in the tooth when we do feel toothache cannot exist unperceived. It would only then not affect the will and so not be a pain. End quote. Anything rather than allow that a sensible quality should depend on perception. Entry 2, pages 170 and 220. Time is one-dimensional, successive, irreversible, asymmetrical, transitive, in the relations of its instants. If A is before B and B before C, A is before C. If D is between B and E between A and F, D is between A and F. Space is three-dimensional, reversible, symmetrical. Its dimensions are independent in the sense that position or direction in the one need not involve position or direction in the other. In fact, movement or direction uniquely in one will exclude movement or direction uniquely in the other, though movements and directions may be compounded. A body may move diagonally in length and breadth, or in length, breadth, and height together. But the three characters of time are also independent. That is to say, successiveness in itself is not irreversible. Neither are transitiveness and betweenness in themselves. If it depended on relations of irreversibility, succession, or betweenness alone, time by itself might conceivably move backwards and forwards and between, and the total movement be irreversible, though containing different, i.e. reversible, directions. So that we may say that the three characters of time and the three characters dimensions of space, taking time and space by themselves, are both independent. But between these independents there is a relation of interdependence such that each new feature in time is rendered possible by a new dimension of space and conversely renders it possible. Thus, quote, a one-dimensional space would not suffice to secure irreversibility of one-dimensional time, for you will only have two one-dimensionals each in the same boat. Let A and B be two-point instants. Their correspondence, though it may fix them as distinguishable entities, says nothing about their order and position. So far as the points are concerned, A might be before or after B in time, and as far as the instants are concerned, B might be before or after A in space. If you arrange your points one-dimensionally on a line, the A's and the B's might occupy any position on the space line, and the instants A and B any position on the time line. There will be nothing to distinguish a point A from a point A', both covered by the instant A, both, that is to say, enduring in the same time A. But, for all that, the line ensures to the contrary, A' might be on the other side of B from A, and thus A might be before or after B. Hence, since the order is irreversible, it follows that A cannot be repeated in the one-dimensional line AB. Figure 1. A cannot cover be repeated in A2 or A1 because B may come between, throwing A2 and A1 at different dates. They would be both before and after B, which is impossible. Figure 2. But if you take A down into a second dimension, it may very well cover both A and A1, because in the second dimension A1 is neither before nor after B, and B can come on in its irreversible place. This is only the relation of besideness, or of before and after. The betweenness of time involves a still further dimension of space. With two dimensions only we might have the partially reversible pendulum movement of time, but with C, the third time term that ensures betweenness, planted outside the plane ABC, B will fall irreversibly between A and C. Similarly, the third dimension secures uniformity of direction. Time can move forward in one line because the points it covers are removed out of its way, so to speak, into other dimensions. Entry 3, page 247. I may see an event in Sirius which from my point of reference may have happened 9 years ago, and an event in Sirius may be occurring from which another point of reference is 9 years later than the event I am aware of. There is a point of reference, therefore, from which two events will be contemporary, though for observers on Sirius they will be divided by 18 years. Professor Alexander argues that it is not the events on Sirius themselves which have become contemporary, only that the points at which they occur are differently dated in different perspectives. Quote, "In other words, the points of space are filled with different instants, owing to that redistribution of instants among points which makes the history of space-time." End quote. But surely, if the events occupy the points in question, they will be affected by the redistribution. They cannot, without forsaking their points, remain outside it, so that they, too, will be relatively contemporary or relatively earlier or later according to the perspective. Entry 4, pages 249 to 250. Visualized in three-dimensional space, the cubes which are the sides of the tesseract would pass through each other, pressing into the space occupied by the original center cube. Similarly, visualized in two-dimensional space only, the rising plane squares which are the sides of the cube would pass on to each other, shifted forward into the space occupied by the original square. And for the same reason, because confined to a lower dimension, we could not imagine a higher visible space for them to occupy. We can now make certain deductions. 1. As we have just seen, the movements of the 8 cubes in turning at right angles to the directions of their 6 plane sides will be through each other in three-dimensional space. That means, in terms of three-dimensional space, that every four-dimensional boundary will fill the space bounds, and every part of every four-dimensional figure will displace every other part. We must therefore postulate an unknown direction, the fourth dimension, for the construction to deploy in. 2. Every four-dimensional figure will include figures of the third, second, and first, and 0 dimensions as its parts. Consequently, any four-dimensional figure invading three-dimensional space would be perceived as three-dimensional. 3. And as every three-dimensional figure in three-dimensional space is seen by the eye as two-dimensional only, in the flat on a Mercator's projection, so by analogy every four-dimensional figure will be seen by the four-dimensional eye as three-dimensional in the round. 4. As we have seen that the boundaries of all four-dimensional figures will be cubes corresponding with the three-dimensional planes, so the four-dimensional plane will correspond with the three-dimensional line, and the four-dimensional line with the three-dimensional 0 point, and the four-dimensional point with an unknown position below 0. That is to say, in the fourth dimension all three-dimensional powers will be raised 1 degree. 5. And as the 0 point is the unit of three-dimensional space, an unknown position below 0 will be the unit of four-dimensional space. 6. Thus, if we let analogy rip, we are landed in sub-zero dimensional space, the units of which will be the boundaries of points. 7. It is clear that the matter cannot end here. We are driven to a fifth dimension and to fifth-dimensional figures whose boundaries will be tesseracts, with sub-sub-zero space at the other end of the scale, and so on for ever and ever. Entry 5, page 263. Quote, "The arrangement of the peripheral nervous system depends on structural and development conditions. That of the intramedullary level is essentially functional or physiological, whilst the final processes which underlie sensation are grouped according to categories that can be discovered by introspection. That is to say, when we reach the higher levels, the processes cease to be physiological and become psychological. From the point of view of sensation, anatomical representation ceases as soon as the first synaptic junction is passed. Sensation is a psychical act." End quote. From Dr. Head, Sensation in the Cerebral Cortex. Entry 6, page 305. When we talk about the relation of the finite selves to the infinite self, we are at the mercy of finite categories which do not strictly apply. If we say that the finite selves are parts of God, we are using a finite concept to symbolize an otherwise inconceivable relation. The relation of finite parts to a finite whole is such that if you remove them there won't be any whole at all. But if all the finite selves were removed, the self in which they endured will still exist in itself, though not as a whole of finite selves. The finite parts are necessary to the finite whole. The infinite self is necessary to the finite selves, but they are not necessary to it in the sense that without them it could not exist. In this relation the whole transcends its parts. It is not only more than the sum of them, but it exists in complete independence beyond them. End of Appendix. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of The New Idealism by May SINCLAIR.